Well, good morning. We have got a vigorous schedule today. So I'm going to ask everybody to help us stay on track and be short, sweet, and concise with your testimonies, and we'll try and get through all of these bills. We have, I believe, 15 of them on the agenda today. Representative McGuire, are you introducing for Rep. Schmidt? All right, we'll open the hearing on House Bill 192 and recognize Representative McGuire. Good morning and welcome to EDNA.
Good morning. It's always a pleasure to be here. My name is Carol McGuire. I'm Merrimack 27 and also the chair of House EDNA, which is sending you House Bill 192. This is a straightforward approval of the recommendations of the Joint Committee on Employee Classification. It lists a number of positions that are new or at revised levels. They've all been reviewed by the Joint Committee and approved. The House amendment was merely to add one that was inadvertently left out of the basic bill. And I hope you will approve it.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Looks pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Senator
One
Altschuler?
question is,
Turn the mic.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Thank you,
Good morning.
Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. On page 2, the Department of Corrections has the Director of Medical and Forensic Services Unit. This is just for the Department of Corrections. This is independent of the state lab, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Anybody else that wants to testify on 192? We do have Rep. Grota that's signed in support. All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing. Yep.
Oh, okay.
If you, do you have a second?
I'm not going anywhere. Yeah.
All right. All in favor?
I'm here for the day.
Aye.
Aye. Do you have a second?
I will second.
I'll move on to that.
I'll second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Senator Reardon, would you like this one? Look at that. If only, see, I allowed 10 minutes per bill, and we've done it in 4.
And exactly.
And accept.
Send.
Yes, we do have a quorum.
Senator, you're doing this one? So.
I don't think, do we have any other bills we can do right now? I don't think we do. Yeah, I think that's all we have left is the ones we're holding. All right. Motion to come out of exec?
So moved.
All in favor? All right. And we will be in recess until 9:10. 10, we will open the hearing on House Bill 271 and recognize Representative McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I also have with me Representative Broda, who worked on this in subcommittee.
Well, good morning to both of you and welcome.
So I'm Carol McGuire again. We found out that the licensed social work associates had to take, in order to be licensed, needed to take the social worker exam, which is a national exam, that was had a much broader scope and much more intensity than what they actually needed to be an associate. And as a result of that, a grand total of one person had been licensed as a social work associate in the year and a half or so since we created the license. So what this bill does, as amended by the subcommittee, is it tells the board to find a test that's appropriate for the duties and skills of a social work associate. And then we require such associate to pass the test. And that's it.
All right. Rep. Grota, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I want to thank you. I'm Jackie Grota. I'm from Rockingham 24. But I wanted to say that in subcommittee, we heard from both the Board of Social Workers and the Social Workers Association, and they were at odds with one another. And so this amendment puts them on the same page. One of the important facts we should know is that social worker associates do not work independently. They're always supervised. And so the test that they take is one that other social workers associates take, as opposed to social workers who usually have a master's.
All right.
And it's also not a stepping stone. This is another thing that was important, is that social worker associates typically do not move on to the next level. They pretty much say they want to be at this level. So the whole premise of the subcommittee amendment was to address all these things.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? We are on 271. All right, seeing none, thank you. Karina? Good morning, welcome.
This is my first time in front of all of you. So good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to testify this morning. It's a pleasure to be before your committee today. For the record, my name is Karina Bonilla, and I am representing the National Association of Social Workers New Hampshire chapter. The NASW is a membership organization which currently in New Hampshire is representing more than 800 social workers. I rise in support of HB 271. HB 271 seeks to change the testing regime for the licensed social work associate and only the licensed social work associates. We have other social work tiers, but this is only looking to alter the requirements for that associate tier in RSA 330A 18C. The original bill from 2021, HB 143, that created this licensure tier, was heard in the Senate Health Committee and created the new level of social work licensure required to pass a nationally proctored examination approved by the board. My client, the NASW New Hampshire, believes that a nationally proctored exam is not necessarily the best test with this type of entry-level social work tier. Rather, the NASW New Hampshire believes that the Board of Mental Health Practice should determine through rule the content and structure of the exam. The House EDNA supported this approach, which comes before you today. Coincidentally, we believe that the board already possesses this rulemaking authority in RSA 330A 10, sections 2 and 3. This statute grants the Board of Mental Health rulemaking authority to determine the qualifications of applicants in addition to those requirements set by statute, as well as how an applicant shall be examined, including the time and place of the examination, the subjects to be tested, a passing grade, and the disposition of examination papers. It's for this reason, these collective reasons, that the original bill sought to strike the testing language in RSA 330A-18C. The House chose to add the language in the bill before you that we believe is consistent with current law, and we request that the Senate adopt HB 271 as amended by the House, and we thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Any
And I'm open to
questions?
any questions.
Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Nick Fry here from OPLC if we have questions. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Fry? If so, I can bring it.
Just one, yeah.
Mr. Fry, come on, we do have a question from the committee. Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Fry. Do you know how many other states still use the national, I mean, maybe this was a question for industry, actually. How many other states still use the national proctored method?
I
for
don't know
this
the answer
particular
to
license?
that. Sorry.
Okay. It seems like most, many other professions use the proctored exam method, so maybe it was a question for the prior witness.
All right, do you have an answer to the question?
I do know.
Come on back up, you can sit with Mr. Fry if you'd like.
Thank you. I'm not sure exactly how many states are using that exam, but I do know that there are only 18 states that actually have this associate licensure tier.
Oh,
Okay, so
answer your
specific to the associate license.
Specific to
Okay.
the associate license, yep. So the associate license, as the representative mentioned, is not necessarily a stepping stone to other licensure tiers. So this is specifically for individuals who have a bachelor's degree in something other than social work or an associate's degree in a social work related field. So there's no way for these individuals to move towards becoming an LICSW unless they were to go and get a master's of social work.
all right, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. I tried to find it last night. I couldn't find it.
All right. Anybody else that would like to testify on House Bill 271? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. You guys okay to accept this one?
Yep.
Everybody good?
I'm going to do a little bit of research on it.
All right, then we'll hold off on it. We will be in recess until 9:20. open the hearing on House Bill 214. Representative McGuire, 214. Representative McGuire, you are the prime on this one. We're keeping
Good
you on your
morning.
toes today.
Just always a pleasure. Carol McGuire, Merrimack 27, and this bill was a request of the OPLC to align the statute of the recreational therapists and respiratory care therapists with other similar ones. It completes the elimination of the Allied Health Board, which is no longer necessary and was repealed, I believe, in HB 2 years ago. It's all very straightforward. I believe the only difference is that the criminal record check has new language because we found out from the Department of Safety that the existing language that was in multiple places of the statute was not what they preferred. It was not what the FBI preferred. So we amended the language to be what they liked. Since the intent is the same, we want to get a criminal record check. And if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Thank you, Representative. We've run into this criminal records background check issue in other areas as well.
Yes.
Thank you for
I'm sure
updating
we
that.
did too. In fact, this bill would have gotten to you much sooner, except that I waited until we'd finally gotten an agreed upon set of language.
Good. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. Rep. Rhoda, you did not want to speak, right? Oh, nope, she's back there, okay. Nick Fry, OPLC. Good morning, welcome back.
Good morning, thank you. I don't want to repeat too much because Representative McGuire pretty much covered it, but basically these are allied health boards. They are now advisory boards under OPLC. It's language that's trying to make these boards mirror what other advisory boards look like, as well as mirror what other healthcare boards look like. And then we worked with the Department of Safety on coming up with a language for the criminal background checks.
And you're pretty confident that now this language will satisfy what the FBI is looking for?
So what we did was we looked at what Department of Education had done recently. I drafted some language based upon that. I sent it to Department of Safety and they reviewed it and gave it the thumbs up.
Excellent.
Yep.
Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else who wants to testify on House Bill 214? Seeing none, close the hearing. Move to exec. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Move on to pass.
We have a motion of ought to pass. We have a second? Second by Senator Reardon. Discussion from the committee? Looks like a pretty straightforward bill to me. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Second.
Second. All in favor of consent? Aye.
Aye.
Senator McGee, would you like to take this one out?
Sure.
All right. Great job, everyone. Do we have a motion to come out of exec? All in favor?
Aye.
And we will be in recess until, oh, no, yeah, we just did. No, we're after 9:20, aren't we? All right, we can go. We don't have to be in recess. Woo-hoo.
Nine.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong one.
This was 214. Oh, this was the.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll be in recess till 9:30. I didn't check it off, that's what screwed me up.
No way we will be
to get to
open the
another.
hearing on House Bill 227. Rep. Leon, you are recognized to introduce. Good morning and welcome to EDNA.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Erica Leon. I represent the town of Derry, which is Rockingham 13. House Bill 227 removes an exemption from the psychotherapy licensing. It relates to schools and towns, and there are still sufficient exemptions for anybody who's volunteering with an organization to help out in the community. When you look at psychotherapy and psychology services in the schools, there's a section in the education laws that goes back to sometime between 1970 and 1990 when they allowed school psychologists to be employed. That's when they started working on doing this through the schools. In 2012, this section 329B was added to the statutes for psychotherapy, for psychologists. So within that, they gave an exemption for people working at the schools and those who were licensed by the Department of Education, credentialed by the Department of Education. In 2020, we added a new category for school psychologists. So now there's two different ways for school psychologists to be licensed under the medical professional viewpoint, which is very important when we're dealing with children with specific needs. What this bill does is it removes the exemption that was needed in the past and is no longer needed because we now have licensure specifically under 329B for school psychologists. And quite frankly, anybody who's employed by a town or a city or a county and in their course of business is giving psychotherapy, they should be licensed under the statutes as well. So we still allow for volunteers. This simply removes an exemption and treats these professionals as the professionals they are. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator McGill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Leon. How many unlicensed school psychologists do we have practicing under utilizing that exemption?
We have no idea because the schools require them to be licensed, and there's no reason to have an there's a process for licensure under the Department of Education, and there's no reason to allow somebody to decide that in the course of their employment, it's important for a homeroom teacher to cross the line from general advice to actual psychotherapy. Because right now that's protected by the law, but it shouldn't be. Because if these kids have real needs, they need to see a professional.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Leon, for taking my question. I think I need you to walk me through, like you just gave an example of what this bill is intended to do.
So this bill
Curious,
is
like, what's the genesis of this bill and how does that example apply? Because that's not how I read it, and so I'd like a little more background.
Thank you. Everybody in the state, and especially children, are dealing with a lot of important big things nowadays. There's been a lot more mental health needs in the schools, and it's important to make sure that when a child has mental health needs, they're seeing a professional who's appropriately trained and credentialed. Right now, there's an exemption in the law that says that as long as you work for the school, you can provide psychotherapy services. I think that that's inappropriate for somebody who isn't trained to do that. I would also note that there's some restrictions that we have, such as conversion therapy. Right now, if you had an unlicensed homeroom teacher, they could essentially do conversion therapy on a child because they are not licensed under the statute. So because you've given them an exemption, you could allow them to do some pretty horrific things to a child who's trying to come to terms with who they are, because the statute on conversion therapy doesn't cover people who are exempted from this statute. So let's close that door. Let's make sure a homeroom teacher can't do that, and that they follow all appropriate standards. Because now we have two ways that we license school psychologists, both credentialing them at the Department of Education and through the medical boards. So let's leave it to the professionals.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Senator Rear.
Thank you for that explanation. And one further clarification. I think I heard you say that schools have to hire. I see a definition for I just changed the page here, a school psychologist license here, but contractually, schools have to have a licensed person if they're hiring a school psychologist?
It is an option for them to hire a school psychologist. That's something where you would look at the community. The question is, do you want somebody who's untrained filling that role? And you can have volunteers that come in. You can have somebody who comes in from a mental health clinic. However a town wants to do that, following any other state laws that we have. But I think our kids are too important to leave it to untrained people.
Yeah, I totally got the purpose here. I was just double checking. There's nothing that says a school has to employ a licensed psychologist.
No, it's in the optional sections.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Senator Alsop.
Yeah, has there been an incident that spurred this bill into action?
I was reading through the statutes. I like to make sure that they're clean and that we don't leave an opportunity for things to do bad things, especially with our kids, because just poor advice I would view as bad when you're dealing with kids and the big issues they're dealing with today.
You follow?
Well,
So I'm looking at 329B, 28B, and I think I'm struggling to find where you're drawing the line between good or poor advice and the actual practice of psychotherapy activities. Like where does, how do you draw the line?
I'll help you take a look at that. Look down a few lower at section E. That's the one that says that psychotherapy activities and services of any other person providing mental health services as an employee of or consultant to an institution, facility, or nonprofit institution or agency which provides clinical mental health services and which provides clinical supervision of its staff and which assumes professional, ethical, and legal responsibility for such mental health services. Right now, it's the state's job to make sure that anybody who's operating as an employee of the state or a subdivision of the state, that they are acting in a professional way, an ethical way, and the legal responsibility. Right now, that defaults to the taxpayers. So if you were to have a situation, right now, I'm fine having a private institution take on that responsibility, but we already have a way to make sure that people are appropriately trained to help our children. We have 2 different credentials for that. So why would we allow an exemption that allows people to continue to do that where ultimately the buck stops with the taxpayers if something happens?
thank you, Representative. Senator, I think if you have further questions on it, I'll have you reach out after the hearing. Any further questions? All right, seeing none?
Thank you.
Representative McGuire, did you want to speak? You're good? All right. Representative Grota signed in favor, but not speaking. Nick Fry, anything you wanted to add to this?
Just if there's any questions for the agency.
All right, do we have any questions, Mr. Fry? Looks like you're good. Thank you. Anybody else that would like to testify on 227? All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing. We have 2 minutes. Are you guys okay on this one, or do you want to hold it? You have more questions you want to answer, or are you good to exec this?
Sure, we can second.
I'm not
All right.
supporting it, but.
Okay. It's up to you guys, if you want time to. All right, we'll move into exec. All right, we have a motion for exec?
So moved.
You want to hold it a little bit? Yeah, let's hold it. All right, never mind, we're not going to go into exec, we'll hold this.
Withdrawn.
We will be in recess for 2 minutes, till 9:40. All right, being 9:40, we'll open the hearing on House Bill 507 and recognize Representative Gregg to introduce. Good morning and welcome to EDNA.
Good morning, Chairman Pearl and committee members. It's nice to see you this morning. For the record, my name is Alicia Gregg. I represent Ward 7 in Nashua, one of the lucky 27 that get to represent Nashua. I'm pleased to be before you today to introduce House Bill 507 relative to the timeline for credentialing of mental health care providers. For several years, we have all heard about the serious challenges our state faces in ensuring adequate and timely mental and behavioral health care services and make sure they are available for our citizens. Both parties have taken important steps to address these challenges, but the work remains before us. In September of '24, a report from the New Hampshire Behavioral Health Workforce Center at Dartmouth Health noted that workforce shortages in New Hampshire's behavioral health care sector have reached alarming levels and have stayed at these levels for nearly a decade. Despite heroic efforts from leaders of all sectors, many individuals in New Hampshire who are in clear need of behavioral health support are not getting sufficient help. More recently, Roland Lamy, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association, noted, "A lack of mental health professionals makes it difficult for patients to access mental health services. There is no one way to solve this challenge. It will take several approaches. One is House Bill 507, which requires that health carriers to process credentialing applications by mental health providers within 30 days of submission to complete application. This bill helps to address a bottleneck with onboarding mental health care providers, which can take months at times. The current law requires health carriers to credential primary care physicians within 30 days of receiving an application, and the bill would extend that requirement to mental health care providers. This bill was amended by the House Commerce Committee after recommendation from Commissioner Betancourt to take out the second paragraph, which just complicated it a bit. House Bill 507 will help to address this challenge by quickening the pace at which mental health providers are onboarded in New Hampshire by holding health carriers to the same standards for credentialing mental health care providers as they currently are for primary care physicians. As Governor Ayotte concluded when addressing behavioral health during her inaugural speech, seeking care for your mental health is just as important as going to the doctor when you're feeling sick or dealing with a physical injury. We all need to work together on this and take care of each other. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank you so much.
Paula Rogers. Paula, you wrote something beside there, but I can't read it.
As amended.
As amended. All right. Did you want to speak?
No, Senator Pearl, I know the department is here, and sometimes they
Okay.
go first.
Yep, we'll bring up Michelle then. I couldn't quite read what you wrote there, so I was... Michelle Heaton, you must be...
Yes.
Yep. Is DJ with you or no?
I think he's running a little late, so I don't think he's here, but
Okay.
I can handle it.
All
so.
right.
So,
Well,
for the
welcome.
record, my name is Michelle Heaton. I'm the Director of Life and Health at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. What this bill does is it amends the 420J, which is our managed care law with respect to provider credentialing standards. So, in 420J, there are certain timelines. What this will do is change it from under current statute for mental health providers, they're classified as specialists. So there's a 45-day period by which the health insurance company needs to process the credentialing application. What this law will, or the proposed law will do is shorten that to 30 days and put them in the same classification as primary care providers. So it's
All right. Questions from the committee? Senator McGill.
Do we have a definition of mental health provider in statute? I was
I
just
don't
looking,
believe
but
we do.
You probably know.
No, I don't think we do. It's just as classified in this bill. So Yeah, I don't believe there is one in 420J.
Okay.
Follow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. Okay, so I was just checking in statute to see if we specifically define mental health provider like we define other healthcare providers. So do you think we should, since we're making, do you think we should?
I don't think it's necessary. I think it's pretty well understood when it comes to credentialing. The process for credentialing for as they're processing the application, you would have to on the application kind of specify what you're getting credentialed for. So if it's a mental health provider, there's a number of different licensure types that fall under that. But I think it's operational the way it's written. I think the carriers and the industry have a very good understanding of who provides the mental health benefits.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Paula, did you want to speak?
Thank you. For the record, my name is Paula Rogers, and I'm here on behalf of America's Health Insurance Plans, which is a trade association of health insurers. And historically, you've probably seen members of our organization lobbying here in the halls. It would be Anthem, Cigna, Harvard Pilgrim, Centene. And we participated as a group in the House discussion of this bill and fully support the amendment. I think what's important to remember is that not only is this shortage with mental health providers, and I know you may have a definitional issue around what that exactly means, but over the last perhaps 10 years, there's been a lot of interest in integrating medical practices to include mental health practitioner access. And so with that integration, it seemed only reasonable to be processing certifications at the same tempo as you would with a primary care provider. So that's why we basically in the House side said, if it's 30 days for that provider group, then for the mental health practitioners as well, it should be 30 days.
Kind of standardizes it for everyone.
So it's fair, and sure. I think some of the issue, of course, around the shortage is not only shortage of certified by OPLC practitioners, but a sense that the delivery of care is fragmented, which gets us back to that integrated model where you want to have a primary care physician working in hand, hopefully with easy access to referral to mental health or indeed within their office providing that sort of assistance.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. Anybody else that would like to testify on House Bill 507? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. We got 2 minutes. Do you want to execute? All right. I don't. I'm not worried about it. Send it on. Motion to exec? All right. All right. All in favor of exec? All right.
I'll move on to pass on.
Senator McHugh moves on to pass. Do we have a second? Second. Discussion from the committee? All right. Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
Do you want consent?
Move consent.
Consent, I'll take that.
Moved and seconded. All in favor of consent?
Aye.
Senator McHugh will take this one out. Motion to come out of exec?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. We'll be on in 1 minute.
This is how legislation should work.
All right, being 9:50, we'll open the hearing on House Bill 509, and Rep. Popovici Muller is recognized to introduce. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I really appreciate your time. I'm here to introduce HB 509, which passed on a voice vote from the House. When we testified during the hearings for this bill in the House committee, there was no testimony in opposition. It's a very straightforward bill that is attempting to bring up a bit more transparency to our civil forfeiture reporting. Because when I was working on a study committee last summer and fall, we examined the output, from the annual reports, and we found that it really does not provide information to inform policy or to help people understand what is happening in that area of the law. So I decided to improve the reporting. You can see that it's still a very straightforward report. It's clearly indicating what is needed. All that data that is required to be reported is data that is easily available, so this does not create a significant workload for the law enforcement agencies. The Attorney General's office already has the obligation to compile this data. This will just give them a bit more data to put into a spreadsheet. It really shouldn't create, again, any significant change in their workload, but I do see that somebody signed in from their office to speak, so I'm looking forward to hearing their thoughts. And the idea is that we want to understand what happens. This is a tough area of the law. Civil forfeiture tends to be a place where a lot of people feel that they may have been wronged. So it is important to have objective data that informs our policy making. So in a nutshell, that's the intent of this bill, to just give us better visibility and inform us so we can make appropriate policy decisions in the future, whether it is to make adjustments to the system or defend it the way it is.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions from the committee? Oh, Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I see that, yes, it did pass on a voice vote on the floor, but there was significant dissension within the committee itself. Can you tell me if that was about the fact that this would require the Department of Justice to hire another position?
I would be surprised if that was necessary for the Attorney General to hire a new position as a result of this. Again, they already have to produce a similar spreadsheet. It just has fewer columns. This one would have, more columns, but the data would have to be gathered by the reporting agencies. So when you file a case, you just have a check sheet of, this has to be reported. I genuinely do not see this as requiring a new person to be hired. The workload is not that significant. And given that there wasn't a minority report published in the House calendar, I honestly cannot tell you why the opposition was there, because during the hearings there wasn't a clear pushback or a message or a major concern that was raised that I would be aware of. So I wish I could tell you, but I guess I should have made that executive session and heard that, but I was there for the hearings, and during the hearings we didn't really get a clear sense of, something that would crystallize opposition to it. So,
May I follow up?
Follow up, sure.
So in reviewing this, there is, and looking at the fiscal note, there lines 20 through 26, possibly 27, are related to federal information. And so would you be open to a friendly amendment that removed that, since we're not, unless you know that there's a federal grant to match our investment in doing this, that we'd be keeping track of federal information that's really not our job. And
I hear your concern. Having thought about that for quite a while, all that information that we require is information that is already available to the local law enforcement. We are not asking them to tell us what the feds did. We're just asking them to tell us what they do working together with the feds. There are only a few departments in the state that work closely with the federal, that have joint task forces. They tend to be the larger departments. In the fall, we heard from the Manchester PD extensively. They had two officers who testified for quite a while on various matters related to this. All we're asking for them to do is, are they working with, a federal agency? They know that, was that something that developed during a joint task force, which is what most of them are, or is this an adoption where the local agency first found property and then said, hey, this should be prosecuted under federal law, and they involved somebody? Again, I really don't see anything there that would require us to ask the feds anything. All this should be information that we already have.
Thank you. One more follow-up?
Yeah, one more follow-up. So, I guess I am not seeing this as a simple input data into a large spreadsheet. As someone who has to, do that, getting the data to put in the spreadsheet is incredibly time consuming. And I'm looking at P right now, on page 2, to put in the total value of property forfeited under state law, including currency proceeds from sale of non-currency property, and excluding the this is a very large, piece of data to whittle down to a single box on a spreadsheet. And who's determining the value? Is it the law enforcement agency? Is it a prosecutor?
Since we are asking the law enforcement agencies to report, it would be their estimate. Obviously, if something has already been sold, well, there is a document that shows you how much it was sold for. A lot of the times, property may be confiscated and then it doesn't, get sold. It just gets abandoned or whatnot. I don't know exactly what the disposition is. Actually, having been around Gov Deals and such similar sites, some of them are just sold at auction, and again, all that the report comes straight from the, sale, and the data is there. Also, I hear your concern, right? But I think that we don't have as much of this activity as it seems, and part of the reason why I'm comfortable requiring this is that there aren't that many cases that are this complicated. When they are, the records are available. And I know that I kind of didn't answer a part of your previous question, is whether I was open to a friendly amendment. Well, being in a different body, the bill belongs to you, and I will support anything that improves reporting, whether it's my original bill or you decide to adjust it as you feel appropriate. I'll be happy to support, an improvement, because we do need more transparency. Sorry.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm going to agree with my colleague. Inputting the data that is required now compared to this, including what criminal offense led, there could be a litany of criminal offenses. But my other question is the value of the public getting this information, as opposed to it lives now in the Attorney General's office is aware of it, and the police departments are aware of it, and it's about processes and procedures that law enforcement uses when they're retaking this. Is there value to that being transparent to the public that overrides the value of the police processes?
My brief answer to that would be that I absolutely believe that is the case. All this data, if you actually look at the law that I'm striking, it already said approximate value. We're just detailing it a bit more to make it clear to the agencies what we mean. So all these concerns about how much was it, we already had to report the approximate value. We're just being a bit more specific. Yes, this will increase a little bit of workload, but again, I specifically looked at only data that the agencies have available or will obtain during the process. So there shouldn't be additional work required to compile this. And you did say that this data is available to the Attorney General and law agents. If you would ask the Office of the Attorney General, and I know they have somebody here to speak, unless the police agency, the law enforcement agencies report this, no, the AG won't have it. And trying to go through, every department in the state and file 91A requests for this kind of data would actually create much more of a workload than just them knowing upfront that this data will have to be reported, accumulating it as they go, reporting it to the AG. This should actually streamline a lot of this, because people are asking questions about this. And it will be less efficient to not compile it and then have people file 91As and really then bog down a lot of resources. So we're just trying to make everything clean, efficient, and transparent. So
All right. Thank you, Representative. We
thank you
appreciate
so
your
much for
testimony.
your time. I appreciate it.
I will bring up Josh from the DOJ's office. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, my name is Josh Spicer. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. I serve as the Chief of the Drug Prosecution Unit there. In addition to my unit's responsibilities in criminal prosecution of drug offenses, we also oversee the handling of all legal proceedings related to forfeiture of items connected to drug offenses under 318B17. I'm here on behalf of the Department of Justice to express concern over aspects of the proposed legislation. This legislation would require significantly more extensive and detailed reporting of forfeiture data than is currently required or currently done. If passed, this would lead to significant increases in administrative work. As detailed in the fiscal note, this would certainly require the hiring of an investigative paralegal with the associated costs that go with that. There are significant concerns that we have that funding might not be available given the current budget environment, both in terms of general funding and federal grant funding. And I can answer more questions about that if that's necessary, but we have concerns that funding would be available. In addition to the inadequate resource issue, we have concerns over some of the language in the bill. We believe that much of the information that is required over and above what is currently reported is either redundant, irrelevant, or problematic in certain ways. Specifically, I can go into detail, reporting the specific locations of seizures of drugs, cash, or other contraband in combination with the additional requirement of case names that would include the names of defendants raises a significant safety issue for us. We believe that would certainly put people in harm's way by making public the fact that there are large amounts of drug and cash at certain locations. And so we do have concern over that. Section I, which requires reporting on the outcome of the criminal case, such as no charge was filed, charges dropped, acquittal, plea agreement, jury conviction, or other, we believe that is problematic language in that under the current forfeiture scheme, forfeiture can only proceed if there is a criminal conviction. And so reporting on cases where charges are dropped, or there's an acquittal, or cases otherwise resolved without a conviction is not relevant, I think, to forfeiture proceedings, and also would open us up to requiring a significant number of additional reporting where we would then be required to report on any number of cases where items are seized, but there is no conviction. That would lead to hundreds, if not thousands, of cases throughout the state, and that is information we simply do not have. With regard to the aspects of this bill requiring reporting of information on federal forfeiture activity, that is not information we have. Whether or not the federal authorities proceed with forfeiture proceedings under federal law largely is at the discretion of the U.S. Attorney's Office here in New Hampshire. The police departments that work with federal agencies often and generally do not have information on that. That is a decision that lies with federal attorneys. And so that's not information that we have. It would be onerous and difficult to obtain that. Those are primarily the concerns. I am happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Well, thanks for your testimony. Do you have any further questions for the DOJ? All right, looks like we're good. Thank you. Alistair Whitney? Sorry if I get the first name wrong, for the Institute for Justice.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alistair Whitney, and I'm an attorney with the Institute for Justice. We work in both state houses and courthouses around the country to encourage states to enact transparency laws, shedding light on this very important issue of civil asset forfeiture. We support HB 509 and encourage the committee to support it as well. We do think that if the state takes somebody's property through civil asset forfeiture, the public has an absolute right to know. This is one of the only areas in the law right now where you can lose property that is either connected to a crime or doesn't even have to be connected to a crime. And we think many of the reporting provisions in this piece of legislation are information that law enforcement, including the Attorney General's office, has access to. My law firm has helped other states around the country pass similar types of legislation. And, you know, we've seen that there has been a great deal of compliance and ability to report on the information that is sought. This bill is based in part on our model bill. So we made sure that these were the types of items that agencies and law enforcement could report. And so with that, we strongly encourage you to support this bill. I think this is a very important issue for good transparency, good governance, and letting the public know, as the public should and lawmakers know, what exactly is going on and the who, what, when, where, why, and how of civil asset forfeiture and how it happens in this state. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Senator Reardon?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So the existing law gives you that kind of information, and I'm curious as to know the detail in the enhanced amount of information you would get under this current law. What would you do with that information? Is that how you find cases where you might challenge what happens?
Potentially, but I think we really just we encourage good transparency laws because we are a firm that started defending people's property rights. Obviously, civil asset forfeiture is an issue that deeply affects people's property rights, and it's one of, again, these issues where you can lose your property without even being arrested. We find that very problematic, and the Supreme Court recently, although it did not affect or change the practice, you had the majority of the court, both conservative and liberal justices alike, in the case Colley v. Marshall, questioning why this practice continues to exist in today's day and age. This is something that simply just shows the extent to which it may or may not happen in the state, and it does provide more detailed information for you, the public, everybody else, to understand, again, who this affects, where it happens, and why.
Follow-up? Sure. So we heard from the Department of Justice that only happens when there's a criminal conviction. The forfeiture only happens when there's a criminal conviction.
My understanding is that it can happen pursuant to federal equitable sharing, which does happen quite a bit. It actually happens more in the state, but that is basically a process that the state is working with federal partners to run an end around state law. So that can happen without a conviction.
Thank you.
Senator McGill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing your expertise. What's the balance between protecting the privacy of the innocent until proven guilty if this forfeiture happens prior to any conviction, and then all of these things are listed and published, what was taken, where it was taken, the value of it, what the alleged crime is? How do you balance the privacy of those individuals?
Thank you for the question. Just to clarify, the privacy of the accused person from whom property may be taken, or?
Well, either the accused or potentially even compromising the privacy of the victims if some of that information is discernible in this published data. I mean, obviously, I would expect that it'd be more likely to affect the accused than the victim, but I see potentially there could be some crossover there.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Everything that happens in court is a matter of public record. You have a constitutional right to make sure that things happen in public and in open court. And I can tell you as a former prosecutor in Illinois that if people want to go look on the docket sheets of various court cases, they can glean this information, or if they want to attend trial, they can glean this information. This certainly does make it easier, but we do consider and think that the right of the public and of this general court to know what's going on with this practice outweighs any concerns that there might be regarding the privacy, which again is something that is already able to be determined as today. I mean, I can go to court and I can determine who the, pardon?
All of this, you could get all of this just from a court record, all of these assets, date, time, place, location, value, all that stuff.
Not necessarily all of it, but this is all information that would be a public record, so that you know, not necessarily attending a court, but if you did attend a trial, you could probably hear about where property was seized, right? You might have to obtain it through other means, maybe via FOIA, but this is all a matter of public record. As to victims, I can tell you very often that if there is a situation where a victim could be, their health or safety could be implicated, you know, that information would be held under seal, presumably by the court.
Thank you for your testimony. Any further questions? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that this is model legislation that your organization has been working on. And in the way that it was filed here in New Hampshire, it has a not insignificant section related to federal law. And has your organization been working on getting this information compiled from federal law? And, you know, is this another way to get that information but have the states compile it?
Thank you for the question. So the whole point of including, and I just want to clarify too, this is not basically a cut and paste job of our metal legislation. I believe it was crafted with the specific policies and situations in this state by Representative Pavici-Mueller. But I think to clarify, so equitable sharing in the information that is sought by this bill related to the reporting requirements is basically an end around the state sovereignty. You decide what New Hampshire law is, but oftentimes, and in most cases actually, from what limited data we do have, equitable sharing is preferred to forfeiture under state laws because it's frankly easier to do, and 80% of the proceeds can go back to law enforcement agencies. So what we're trying to do, I think, what our goal is with this, and I think what the sponsor's goal with this information is to understand the extent to which state law enforcement agencies might be circumventing state law in order to obtain forfeitures under federal law. And that would be something that would only involve that interaction and say between a joint task force, say a DEA and the Manchester Police Department, for example, seize some drugs, because that would involve some state action, or a federal adoption where state authorities ask a federal prosecutor to adopt a forfeiture case. So I hope that answers your question. We're just trying to get information about the state's involvement with this federal equitable sharing program.
Further questions from the committee? All right, looks we're good. Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
Testimony. Anybody else who wants to testify on 509? Did you want to come up, Dan? Sure. Sorry, Dan, I didn't realize you. Representative McGuire, your address.
Yeah, I signed up in support, but not necessarily to speak, but I wanted to give you a little more background. First of all, Representative Dan McGuire, I represent the town of Epsom, and I'm a co-sponsor of this bill and very much in favor of it. What you may not be as aware of as possibly the Judiciary Committee might be is how asset forfeiture works and what goes on. And first of all, when somebody is arrested for typically a drug crime and they can be charged with the crime and they can be charged and their property can be seized. You know, the typical case is they walk in and there's a bag of drugs and a bag of cash on the table and everything gets seized and a person is charged with the crime, but the cash is essentially charged with a crime as a separate case. It's subject to forfeiture. And in New Hampshire, the criminal case is often prosecuted by the county attorney, but the forfeiture case is always prosecuted by this Attorney General's office. Okay, so they come to court as two separate cases, and for the criminal case, the defendant is often indigent and gets provided a public defender, but for the civil case, the case against the property forfeiture case, there's not any defense given. And so almost all of such cases are just people give them up, right? They essentially don't contest the cases, and the forfeiture happens just with no defense given. And so we don't get very clear details of how much that forfeiture occurs, how often there's no cases like that. We're interested in the House in possibly combining these two procedures so it becomes one prosecution, one set of cases, and so on, one set of attorneys, and being more efficient in that way, right? Because you have a case here, you have a case there. There's more expense, especially when they're in two different places and so on. So the point is, all of the forfeiture cases are handled by the Attorney General's office, and therefore they already know how much property was seized, how much was forfeited, what did they settle for, what was the disposition of that property, all that sort of stuff. Okay. What I can get for you, if you're interested, is the current report that is produced by the Attorney General's office. And I think you'll see it's very cursory and doesn't really make clear what's going on in these kind of cases. And there's also a similar report from the federal government on their cases, which is actually better, I think, than our own report. And so I think you'll see why more detail is necessary, because it's necessary for us when we want to possibly make the case of reforming the way the system works. It's that simple.
Well, Representative, any information you think would be beneficial to the committee, feel free to email it to us.
Yes, I'll do that.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Thanks. Anybody else that wants to speak on 509? All right. With that, I'm going to close the hearing.
We'll discuss this.
And next, we will open up the hearing on House Bill 82, and Representative Carol McGuire is here to introduce. Good morning and welcome back again.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Senators. I'm Carol McGuire, Merrimack District 27, which is the towns of Allenstown, Dunbarton, Epsom, and Hooksett. And House Bill 82 is, we hope, the last stage of statutory cleanup necessary because of the creation of the OPLC. This includes a number of sections of statutory alignment that were in bills that were killed last year, so for other reasons. And so this needs to be repeated. It's got a few other odds and ends with it, all about licensure. The House amendment did two things. It fixed the criminal background check language, and it also added in the position that a medical imaging technician's license was valid for every modality they were qualified for with one license instead of multiple licenses, which, as it turned out, was what the board had been doing for quite a while, but some interfering person read the statute and said, that's not what the statute says. So we fixed the statute so it agrees with what everybody agrees was the intent all along. And it was a request of the OPLC, and if you have any questions, I'll try and answer them.
All right, thank you, Representative. Representative Grody, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you. I just wanted to let the committee know that I was on the subcommittee that put the amendment together, and it was something that went through the committee unanimously, and it's well done, and it incorporates all the changes that Representative McGuire mentioned, along with more that we found along the way.
Yes.
Thank you.
A lot of tweaks. Oh, and I should mention that the electricians would like a minor change to allow them to have board subcommittees They asked us about it in the House, but it didn't quite get to the people doing the work, so we didn't incorporate it. I believe Senator Pearl has such an amendment, and I fully support it.
Thank you. I do. I was just going to bring that up, but thank you. I know the electricians are here, so we'll let them speak to the change that they are requesting.
Okay.
Any further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Yes. And I will say that there is no intention to make any policy changes with this bill. If you find any, we hope we did it correctly.
All right, thank you. Steve, we'll bring you up and let you talk about that since we're on the topic. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for coming and thank you for your time. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm a licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire, and I'm here representing the Electrical Contractors Business Association. As Representative McGuire stated, there was a little concern that came up with our RSA and our rules at our last electricians board meeting, and we're trying to fix that with a small amendment to it. And we support House Bill 82 as it's written, and including the changes to RSA 319. Felt this would be the best place to put it where it was already being opened up. We're looking at an amendment to submit for a subcommittee or a committee that the electricians board is allowed to do that. It's something that's been done over the years. It's actually stated in our rules. I do have a handout of some, if you want, as far as, I don't know if the amendment, Senator Pearl, you have it. This is just kind of. A rough idea of what we were looking to do.
Kevin, do you have that amendment? Okay, thank you.
Do you have enough copies?
Yeah, we'll be good. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, it allows, the rules have a section for subcommittee or committees to be allowed, but we found out that it's not in statute. And as OPLC is going through these changes, we're trying to fix everything legally. So instead of removing that, we're looking to just add that to the RSA in section 319C4 or whatever paragraph they feel. 3 was repealed. C4.3 was repealed, so that might be where it goes. Just saying that the board may establish a committee or committees which have been directed by the board to investigate or make recommendations on matters which could be handled by the full board. Simple thing, giving them the opportunity. It's not something they need too often, but it definitely, every 3 years when the code changes, I've been involved with over the previous years, code making, a panel that's a committee that's involved in going over the code and all the questions that are asked on our test. So every time the code changes every 3 years, the testing has to be updated. So it's a group of 8 to 10 people from NFPA to electricians board to members of the community, electricians themselves. And we spend 2 days, sign an NDA and really beat up all the questions and make sure that they're relevant now if something changed and stuff like that. The board doesn't have the capacity to do that with 5 volunteer members. So it just gives them the ability to do what they've been doing, but I guess isn't in statute. So I'll answer any questions.
All right, thank you. The amendment I had drafted is here now.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to take it up today anyway, but we'll certainly, I think it covers what you needed to do, according to OPLC, according to OLS anyway. So, any questions for the committee?
Thank you.
All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we'll bring up Nick and Dee. Do you both want to come up, or? Can you give them a copy of that amendment too, please? Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you so much. Just for the record, Dee Juris, Executive Director, OPLC.
Nicholas Fry, General Counsel, OPLC.
So this is the first that we are seeing this language, so we
It
will.
is, sorry, it's hot off the presses. We're not going to exec this today. Anyway.
Okay.
So feel free to take it back, and if there's any input that you have, send it to us.
Okay, great.
I would
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I think my one thought right off the top would be that the potential for increasing the subcommittee work, right? So there are a few boards, some of the larger boards that have specific subcommittee authorization. The Board of Nursing comes to mind. It's a 13-member board. They're allowed to have subcommittees for specific purposes. The electricians board is the 5-member board. I do wonder about perhaps maybe it making it narrow to specific to those code changes. One of my operational concerns was, am I going to end up providing triple the support for board meetings if every board wants an authorization and statute for subcommittee? Are they going to all set 3 subcommittees, and then all of a sudden I'm, instead of 10 to 15 meetings a week, am I going to be looking at 30? So that would be one concern of mine. So if the concern is specific to the code, which is completely legitimate, labor intensive, perhaps narrowing the scope of that committee authorization would help with that operational concern. That's just off the top of my head. Yep.
Well, as I said, if you have more thoughts and comments later on, please feel free to push them on. I'm not going to do this one today, so
Okay, great.
Probably next week.
Yes. The only other thing, if you don't mind to add just to Representative McGuire's testimony is at the risk of correcting her, the single policy change is related to the electricians board with the timing, the window to take the exam. That is a policy change, but we've worked with the association, excuse me, with
What
Mr.
line is
Rinkler and
that?
others.
Do you know what line it is? I know I saw it before. I couldn't get my eye on it today.
Yeah. So that does represent a policy change, but it's agreeable to both parties and to the House. So,
Page 11, line 36 and 37.
Oh, yeah.
there we go.
Yep.
So it's just to clarify, there was some vagueness that it seemed that perhaps an application could be open in perpetuity and continue to take exams could be a decade down the road. So just to narrow that timeline, because we can't keep an application open for that long. So this language is agreed upon. So that would be the one statutory change.
I had it highlighted. I just missed the page when I went through
Yes.
it.
Yep.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else who would like to testify on House Bill 82? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for you.
Yes.
This amendment says it repeals 319C:4, which is the makeup of the board.
I'll have to check on that.
I
Like I said,
think this is broader than it needs to be. I think we add this as opposed to
Okay.
eliminating everything. Thank you.
I will check on that. Thank you for catching it again.
Techniques go the other way. It's getting worse.
All right. With that, we will move on to House Bill 156. And we'll recognize Representative Bixby to introduce the bill. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. For the record, Representative Peter Bixby, Dover, Stratford District 16. This bill was suggested to me by a constituent, and I'm going to pass around some testimony that she put together. There will be one of her colleagues is going to be coming up to present a more succinct version of that testimony after I finish here. So I'm just providing that for information. Also, I'm going to provide you with a copy of the underlying bill, and the reason for that is there was an amendment in the House, and I got a call yesterday from John Williams from DHHS saying that there was a problem with the amendment, although he was fine with the underlying bill. He will explain what his issue with the amendment is, but I'm going to be speaking to the underlying bill, so what I've passed around is essentially the underlying bill. I believe that Representative McGuire will also be discussing the amendment. The issue that this bill addresses has to do with the status of farms in New Hampshire. And as you are aware, farming in New Hampshire is not the easiest thing in the world.
I do have a little first-hand experience with that.
So we have somewhere a little bit over 4,000 farms in New Hampshire. About 2,400 of those have gross income of $10,000 or less. Another 800 have gross incomes of $50,000 or less. And then the pool of remaining farms, I think slightly under 100 of those might have gross income of over $1 million. So that is where our farmers are in terms of what they're able to sell. And there are a variety of reasons why a farm may be selling more or less. One thing that is relevant in this discussion is that New Hampshire is either first or second in the country for direct-to-customer sales. And that means selling at a farm stand, selling at the farmer's market, selling through a CSA. That may sound great. We're number one in something agricultural, but what the implication of that is that most of our farmers get most of their income through direct contact with customers, and that is a real limit in terms of what they can earn, because there's only so many customers you can have, so the reason for this bill is to increase the options for who our farmers can sell to. And one possible avenue is state procurement, but the current state procurement rules make that a little bit difficult. I don't know the details of how that works, which is why I put this forward as a study committee. The idea is that if we can use the state procurement as a way to give our farmers another avenue, so that, and also provide the opportunity of having the state and subdivisions getting locally produced food, which is better and fresher, then that would be a benefit for all involved. The idea is to study this and figure out a way that it would work. And I just want to also point out that a recent event is the rolling out of the state agricultural and state food and agricultural strategic plan, which has been put together by a broad range of stakeholders under the leadership of the New Hampshire Food Alliance. And this bill also aligns with the goals of the strategic plan. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. This advisory or study committee is a little unique because there's no member of the Senate on it.
Okay. So,
There was.
Is that, did I fail to, hold on.
Yes.
Okay. All right, 2 members.
We can take a look at that.
Okay, so, well, if you are going to be, I think, okay, so in the, as introduced, I believe I had, okay, so as introduced, so the version that I put together did have a member of the Senate.
So you didn't intentionally leave us?
I did not intentionally. That might have been a result of, something in the amendment process, and I'm not sure if that was, and I don't believe that was an intentional change in the amendment process. You'll have to.
We'll take your word for that.
You'll have to discuss that with the author of the amendment. But in the version, in the introduced version, there was in fact a member of the Senate. I thought that one member of the Senate was a good number. I didn't think that you wanted to spend 2 of your members on it, but.
Well, I was sort of thinking 0 wasn't a bad idea, but generally we do have one on.
Well, I do think that you guys should not be excluded from the discussion.
Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McGuire. Good morning, welcome again.
Good morning again.
We're going to have your own coffee
Yes,
cup here.
this bill went through my committee, and we agreed with the sponsor that it made sense to study because it met 2 useful things for a study committee. It required knowledge that was not localized in one committee, and it could reasonably be done in one term. So We said that's worthwhile. And we had a dormant committee, advisory committee on state procurement, that the speaker was saying, take a look at these and see if they're really necessary. It has not met in, I believe, 3 years or more. And so we said, well, that's an obvious candidate for repeal. So we combined forces, put the duties as specified by the bill as introduced into the existing committee and then repealed it. I thought there was a senator. We definitely made sure there was one, but no more than one senator, to save you the bother of doing so yourself.
If there is, I'm missing it.
It appears to have been an error in generating or implementing the amendment. I apologize, I didn't mean to slight you. But anyway, that's what we did. We said, you know, this is reasonable. They can get people from different aspects together, work on their issue with food, and then we'll eliminate a dormant and advisory committee. So that was our intention, and other than forgetting the senator, I think we did that well.
All right, thank you. Question for Representative McGuire? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Have we checked with the Commissioner of Administrative Services that there isn't any need for this? They don't.
I believe we have someone from the department ready to talk to you about that.
Great, thank you.
They didn't tell us about it, but we had a member of that advisory committee on my committee who was able to assure us that it had never met in the last session. And we don't know how long it had been dormant.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay.
Nikki? Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you. My name's Nikki Kolb, and I'm the Operations Director of the Northeast Organic Farming Association of New Hampshire, and I'm reading this testimony on behalf of our board president, Julie Davidson, which is the testimony that Representative Bixby passed to you. She strongly supports HB 156 to establish a committee reviewing state procurement policies for local organic and sustainable farms. As board president of NOFA New Hampshire, lead author of New Hampshire's Food and Agriculture Strategic Plan's Sustainable Production section, and a professional working nationally with farmers transitioning to sustainable practices, she sees this bill as crucial for New Hampshire's agricultural future. This bill directly advances key goals from New Hampshire's Food and Agriculture Strategic Plan by supporting farm viability through expanded market access, creating living wage jobs in our local food system, building climate resilience through sustainable farming practices, and improving food accessibility for all Granite Staters.
Nikki?
Yes.
You don't need to read the whole thing. We have it
Okay.
already. I just would ask you to just quickly summarize it. That would be great.
Yeah.
If you'd like to maybe touch on a couple of the highlights.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm having a hearing issue. Excuse me. So there are numerous benefits to increasing local procurement from local farms using conservation practices that include healthy soil, organic, climate smart, regenerative, and NRCS equipped practices. And those benefits include, for example, increased demand for local produce, economic growth and job creation, tax revenue and economic development, community benefits, and sustainability. I'd like to just read the conclusion. In conclusion, HB 156 is a crucial step in exploring incentives that will benefit New Hampshire's economy, environment, and community. And by establishing a committee to review and enhance procurement from local farms using organic and sustainable farming practices, we can ensure that our state supports local food production and conservation efforts simultaneously and effectively. And we urge you to support this bill and help pave the way for a more sustainable and prosperous future for New Hampshire's agricultural sector and farms. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you, Nikki. Appreciate it. Questions from the committee? All right, thank you. We appreciate the testimony.
Thank
We'll review
you.
all the points in there.
Thank you.
John? Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, and members of the Senate Executive Department Administrative Committee. For the record, my name is John Williams. I am the Legislative Director for the Department of Health and Human Services, and I want to thank you for allowing me to come before you today just to provide some brief commentary. I do want to start off by my apologies to Representative Carol McGuire, the chair of the ED&A Committee. This bill was amended during the executive session, so literally I did not come upon the change on this bill that it would repeal and replace and then eventually sunset the underlying state committee on procurement. You may recall last session that I came before this committee because a similar bill that you're going to hear one after this, which is HB 118 later today, deals with a very thoughtful repeal of dormant or of committees, commissions that are no longer needed. By way of background, you may recall last session there was a similar cleanup bill for repealing, and there were two items of interest to the department, one of which was the State Procurement Committee. And you may recall seated to your immediate right was Senator Carson, now Senate President Carson. We had worked with Senator Carson back in 2016 to stand up the state procurement model. And the reason why it was necessary was because it was a collaborative effort working with the Department of Justice, the Department of Administrative Services, and various state agencies that deal with procurements. Our agency in particular deals with a sizable number of procurements, and there was a lot of great work that was done by that committee over a period between about 2016 to around 2019 prior to the pandemic. And the work around that was to clean up the process to make it much more clear for the vendors for participation in the process. And it does happen on occasion, and it is a dormant and very correctly stated in terms of the factual homework that Chairman McGuire, and she always does her homework and she does it very well, and working with her committee members that Representative Jackie Grota serves on that committee, that they have not met in a few years. But when they do meet, it's critically important for them to get together for discussing issues around procurement. As we head into a challenging legislative process around the budget, in particular, it highlights the needs to keeping this committee in place. So my sincere recommendation is just checking in with the Senate President to make sure she's still of the like mind that this is needed, as much as she was emphatically clear last session that this was needed when the bill last session was HB 1030 that initially, when it came over to you, identified this for repeal. So I want to thank you, also Representative Bixby, for his kindness for me descending upon him late yesterday to let him know of our concerns, and my apologies again to Representative McGuire. She does her homework, she does a great job with her committee, and had I had a little bit more time, and there's no excuses, we should have caught up with her absolutely around this. So with that said, the bill is introduced. If I could just hand it to your legislative aid. This, I think, accomplishes the goal. We've not taken position on the underlying bill, but it sounds from the great testimony that it's a good underlying bill, and certainly we would not want to stand in the way of its creation. So with that, we just respectfully ask if the bill could be reverted back to how it was introduced to the House, or with any additional changes either from Chairman McGuire or from Representative Bixby that they would like to see in the legislation. So thank you.
So you would kind of see this as leaving the procurement committee in place, and maybe would it be fair to assign this duties besides that to something different other than the procurement committee?
Yeah, as it was currently drafted as introduced, it came in as session law, chapter law, so it came in like all of your study committees, which it's not embedded in a specific RSA. What the brilliant idea was, however, because we need this dormant committee, was you take a dormant committee that's not out there on the same subject matter and then just do a complete repeal and replace, and with a sunset provision. And that's what triggered our attention specifically in section 2 of the bills that came to you, which would repeal the underlying committee. So there's a couple of ways you could come and approach this. Your suggestion of just having it done under the State Procurement Committee certainly would be one approach, but I think a cleaner approach would be to go back to the bill as introduced.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Anybody else would like to speak on 156? All right, seeing none.
Could I just make one quick comment?
Real quick, because I've got to move on.
So,
come back up to the mic.
You got to come to the mic.
Come up to the mic, Peter. Just real quick. I got like 30 seconds.
Okay, so based on the testimony from Mr. Williams, I think that it would make sense to pass this as I introduced it to the House, but we would also value the input from the existing procurement committee.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to close House Bill 156. All right, Rep. Corman is here. We'll open up House Bill 210. Recognize him to come introduce. Good morning and welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Senators. I am Representative Tom Corman. I represent the Fightin 15th, Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of the micropolitan city of Lebanon. I was actually in front of this committee last year introducing a bill on artificial intelligence, which in fact was passed and enacted. Today is something completely different. Today we're going to talk about flags. So, visual aid number 1, state flags. Here are 25 state flags. Ours is somewhere in here. It's actually, I think, in the middle row, second from the right. But you can see ours is pretty similar to a bunch of other flags. Now, we like to think of New Hampshire as unique. I've certainly heard that a lot on the floor of the House. But our flag is anything but unique. It fails to convey that New Hampshire is unique. Then there are some flags that are actually pretty unique. I guess you can't say pretty unique. It's either unique or not. But here are some flags that are certainly unique. New Mexico with the Zia sun symbol. That's the yellow one with the red sun symbol. Texas, of course. We all know Texas and the Lone Star. Arizona on the upper left with the rising star. Ohio with its pennant. And then Maryland with the Calvert Cross. And also Utah and Minnesota. So this is the new Minnesota flag, and this is the new Utah flag. And I actually had X'd them out on the other sheet because they recently changed their flags because what they had was what's known as a design on a blue bed sheet. So I've given out a handout from the North American Vexillological Association on principles of the New Hampshire flag, or a flag design, I should say. And it turns out that the New Hampshire flag violates every one of these principles. So if you look at your handout, principle number 1, keep it simple, so simple that a child can draw it from memory. A single symbol, large shapes, the flag should be recognizable from a distance. Now, maybe there are some kids who are great artists, but I'm trying to imagine what a kid trying to draw the New Hampshire flag, what that would look like. They maybe could draw some sort of boat, but it's not going to work out well. Number 2, use meaningful symbolism. The images, colors, and patterns should relate to what the flag symbolizes. For a symbol, consider history, cultural heritage, emotional value, branding, and usage. And stylized or silhouette symbols are better than realistic descriptions. And of course, we have our state flag right up there. So the symbol on the flag, on our flag, is the state seal. And it's the symbol on the state seal, the Raleigh. That's the boat. What percentage of Granite Staters do you think could even tell you anything about the boat on the flag? I didn't go to school here. Maybe they teach it in school. But it's only recently that I learned that the boat had a name. It wasn't built in New Hampshire. It was built in Maine. My understanding is it was captured by the British and actually used against the colonists. And on the state seal, you'll notice it's on land, not the typical place for a boat. So I'm not advocating to change the state seal, though it might not be a bad idea, but just not to use it on the flag. Principle number 3, use 2 or 3 basic colors. And the basic flag colors are red, blue, green, black, yellow, and white, according to the North American Vexillological Association. I have to practice saying the word. And if you have more than 4 colors, it's hard to distinguish and makes the flag hard to reproduce. I counted 8 colors on our flag: dark blue, gold, green, red, light blue, brown, black, and white. Number 4, no lettering or seals. Well, there's a seal, of course. And words defeat the purpose. A flag is a graphic symbol. Lettering is hard to read from a distance. Certainly, if you're at a distance, can you read the lettering on our flag? Seals are designed to be read at close range, not from afar. So enough said for our flag. And number 5, be distinctive or be related. Avoid duplicating other flags, but use similarities to show connections. So our flag doesn't duplicate other flags, but the, quote, state seal on a blue bed sheet design is the opposite of distinctive. So what does this bill do? It establishes a commission to study the New Hampshire flag. It doesn't change the flag on its own. It just establishes a commission. The commission has 3 House members, 1 senator, and unlike any other commission or committee about the flag that we've had before, the president of the New Hampshire Historical Society, or their designee, and the head of the New England Vexillological Association, or their designee, just to make sure that you know vexillology is the study of flags, but you probably figured that out. So we haven't had that on any previous commission. And the commission would just review the history of the flag, examine the vexillological principles, develop criteria, process for accepting, and a deadline for submission of flag designs, determine how many designs to consider, how to narrow them down, and hold a public hearing on the submissions, and then, according to the current version of the bill, report findings and proposed legislation by November 1st of this year. And I'm actually, in retrospect, wondering perhaps the Senate, if the Senate decides to move ahead with this, might amend to extend that by 6 or 12 months just to let the process play out. Anyway, that's what I have to say. I think our flag really could be a lot better. One other thing I did want to mention, if you look at the last page of the handout I gave you, it says YouTube, does your flag fail? So go to YouTube, type in, does your flag fail? There's a 20-minute video, very entertaining, where they grade all the state flags, and actually so many of them fail that there are different grades of F. Ours is, I think, either FB or FC. So I highly recommend it, just when you have 20 minutes to kill. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Senator McGill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, Representative Corman, for bringing this bill back. I appreciate it. We worked a little bit together on the last version. I think I'm the second legislator to hand out this same package last year when I brought the Live Free or Die, which would have further, for the record, further violated yet another rule, adding words to our flag. So I applaud you for bringing it back, and I'll certainly support it. My question was, I think you already covered a little bit on the timing, since the exact timing of passage, should this bill pass both bodies, then the first meeting is 45 days after, then the timing is fairly condensed if this commission were to issue findings by November 1st. So would you be agreeable and support a friendly amendment to just maybe push that off by maybe just a year or something like that? I think Maine took about 2 years for their process, as I recall.
Right, yeah, I would absolutely be happy with pushing it out by 6 or 12 months. In fact, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions from the committee? All right.
All right,
Seeing none,
thank you.
Let's see, Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
morning.
friends
Welcome.
and colleagues on the House. I just demoted you guys on the Senate Executive Department and
Well, at least we were
Administrations Committee.
included in this one. The last bill kind of excluded
That's
us.
true. For the record, my name is Representative Jonah Orion Wheeler, and I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon. I was kind of chuckling to myself as Representative Corman was giving his testimony on this piece of legislation, just because I had been sitting in on some of the earlier hearings on the bills that you were hearing earlier, and was sitting in on HHS as well. And just to say, there are so many more important topics than changing of the flag. And I want to acknowledge that this is not, I think, a priority for any of the members that are bringing this forward. But this is something that I think the legislature can do. And being a legislator is being able to focus on 1,000, as you all well know, being members of the Senate and having to serve on multiple committees, you have to focus on 1,001 things at once. And I think this is a good example of how we'll be able to do that as members of the State House, members of the General Court. I think Representative Corman went through it well. The flag is ununique, not a unique flag, and should be changed. What the exact change of that looks like, that's why we brought forward the commission, and I think it's an appropriate thing for them to look at and study. But New Hampshire is a very unique state. I actually, breaking the rules of vexology, agreed that maybe live free or die under the state seal, that might look good. But I think these are opinions for the commission to come up with, and I think the idea of submissions and having New Hampshire artists and others coming forward to bring what they think the flag should look like, that would be a good thing for the state to do. So I am here to affirm my support as a co-sponsor, and thank you for taking my time.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? All right, seeing none. Representative, is it Grota? Did you want to speak, Representative Grota? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to ask if we can move along quickly. We've got a long schedule today.
My name is Jackie Grota. I represent Rockingham 24, and I sit on the ED&A committee. I personally like our flag just the way it is. But when you get up in the morning and you can pronounce vexillology, you know that you've heard too many flag bills, or there have been a lot of flag bills. So the intent that the committee had in passing this was that we would have this addressed once and for all, and wouldn't keep getting these flag designs and flag requests. So we just thought it was an efficient way of taking care of something that kept coming up every year. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? All right. Representative McGuire.
Good morning again. Carol McGuire, Merrimack 27. And we looked at the fact that the new flag bills always went to ED&A. And then we looked at the committee consisting of half a dozen engineers and 2 or 3 accountants and said, we're not the right people to pick a design of a flag. We don't want to deal with it. It's beside the fact that various members of the committee either like the current flag because it's dignified and historic, and other people don't really care, which was a large number of the committee. And then there are people that think that somebody with a better visual sense should be selecting the flag. So we killed the bill to change the state flag directly. Then we approved the commission to review it. We made sure that it is, the commission does not need to choose a flag. They need to establish the process. They don't have to make the decision, but they have to approve the process for getting a new flag. We changed it, I believe there were 3 representatives and 3 senators, and we took most of the senators off. And I do support, if you're going to move this on, I do think moving it out to a year at least would be worthwhile. And hopefully that'll save us from getting another blasted flag bill next year. Because for some reason they go to ED&A and we're the wrong people to decide on that. So it's up to you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Reardon with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. So this study committee assumes a new flag?
No. It looks into, review the history, develop a criteria and deadline for submission of flag designs, and then the process. You know, if the commission decides that we're perfectly we don't think we need to, they can say, there isn't the criteria is it's the same old one we have and no further action is necessary. That's their business. I'm not going to tell them how to pick a flag.
All right, further questions?
And also, I hope never to serve on that commission. Senator, if you want to serve on that commission, it's entirely up to you. And of course, the president of the Senate.
Senator McGee.
So line 13, one of whom shall be from the House ED&A Committee, shall not be the chairman of the House
I
ED&A Committee.
didn't put that in, but I can recommend some member who has been, has not supported the committee properly.
All right. Further questions? Seeing none? Anybody else want to speak on 210? All right, we're going to close the hearing. Rep. Thomas, you are here. We'll bring you up and we'll open up the hearing on House Bill 118.
Did I completely forget there was a second side to this page? Yes, I did. I'm like, oh, look at us at the end.
But we had to have 2 more before lunch.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
2 more before lunch.
Excuse me. Are you ready or?
We are ready.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
So I'm here as the prime sponsor of House Bill 118, which was supposed to be a bill that mandated a 10-minute break for every 3 hours of consecutive legislative work, whether that be in the session or committee. That bill was replaced with this non-germane amendment. So up front, I want to make it perfectly clear that I do not support this bill, and all of the many co-sponsors on this bill do not support it as well. This is not the bill that they signed up for. The committee, one committee on this list has already been removed by an amendment to the amendment. And you'll be hearing about another committee that does not want to be removed. So the bottom line is that this is sloppy legislation that will likely result in unintended consequences. My suggestion is that you ITL this bill and to advise the amendment author to come up with a list that has been fully vetted. And that's really all I have to say about this.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Senator McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Thomas, for coming to clarify the change, how the original bill became to be this bill. But just, are the other representatives, my question is this, are the other representatives, Representative LeVake, Mandelbaum, Haskins, Selig, Bay, Murphy, and Horgan, are they all either here or signed in opposed, since you've spoken for them indicating their opposition?
We do have 2 other reps that are going to speak.
But they'll at least sign in, so, because you spoke for them, so they'll at least sign in or something online or.
No co-sponsor on this bill has co-sponsored what the bill is right now. They co-sponsored the 10-minute break. So none of them have been, as far as I know, none of them support this bill as it currently is.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank
Rep.
you.
Horgan, we'll bring you up since you are a co-sponsor.
Well, I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, so I am a co-sponsor, so I did sign in opposition to it, and I'm here to speak on it for roughly the same reasons that Representative Thomas just said. This is a non-germane amendment, and which I guess is part of the process, but it's not certainly something I don't support. Representative Thomas, and I don't know if any other co-sponsors who are in favor of it. I think, and I'm looking through the list of the commissions, I think most of those, probably like the vast majority of those, actually the topics are still worth having a commission on, and I feel personally, I can't speak to the motivations of why those committees were singled out. But a lot of them seem to be issues that sort of like the majority of the House doesn't want to deal with, but which are still worth having commission to study, even though quite a few of them were tasked with issuing a report and haven't done anything since then. But I think they should be all still be kept around. Even if you think what the commission is in favor of is a bad idea, like one example is offshore power generation, which I'm very much in favor of, and I know a lot of people who are on the other side of the aisle me are very much against it, but I think it's still worth having the commission. Even if for those who think it's a bad idea, it's probably a good idea to have a commission that can establish why it's a bad idea. So I would, and also it abolishes all these commissions with 2 exceptions on passage, which seems a bit abrupt. The exceptions, the ones that are abolished on January 1st, which is still premature, is one about the legislative parking garage. Well, actually, just about the legislative parking garage. Even abolishing that in January 1st, 2026 is premature, given that although they're making good progress on the project, I don't anticipate a legislative parking garage being up and ready to go by January 1st, less than 9 months from now. And actually, for those of us in the House, doesn't matter because it affects the Senate to a lesser extent too, but the Legislative Office Building is slated to be shut down this summer, and we'll be, hopefully they'll have buses for it. They'll be busing us in from Granite Place, which is about a mile up the road on Rumford Street. But, so even if they finish the parking garage, we probably won't be able to use it effectively until they finish that project, which will be long after January 1st, 2026. So I think we should keep probably all these committees and commissions around, even if you want to abolish some of them, should probably be a more orderly process for deciding about it. And as for the underlying bill, I signed on for it. The criticism at the time was that this is something that should be addressed for rules. It actually has not been addressed through the House rules, although...
Representative, we don't have that language
Yeah,
to deal with. So
okay.
let's stick to what's in the bill.
It wouldn't affect you in the Senate anyway, because you're a smaller group, you're more flexible, you do usually take breaks every few hours anyway, which would be harder for us in the House because there's like a huge mob of us, and it takes us probably more than 10 minutes just to get us in and out of the building. But anyway, I think we should keep these commissions in place, and maybe next year you can revisit in a more orderly fashion the issue of which commissions need to stick around and which don't. But I think actually all of these commissions probably should stay around. I think these are all issues that we should be dealing with, even if so.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions?
Yeah,
Representative
thanks.
McGill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Horgan, for taking my question. My question is on the non-germane amendment hearing. Did you testify in opposition to this amendment, which is now the bill, at that non-germane amendment hearing?
Frankly, no. We have 21 standing committees, so I can't attend every hearing on every bill. We've also, I guess I may have gotten an email from, I have to check the docket. I mean, I don't know we got an email specifically warning us there was a non-germane amendment coming up too. So that's frankly no, but I still in retrospect think the House made a mistake using our bill as a vehicle for this, and I oppose this amendment.
Further questions?
Further question. So it looks like it passed out unanimously out of committee, the amendment and then the resulting bill. So was there any opposition at all?
Well,
even in testimony that you know of? I'm sorry, I didn't review the YouTube hearing on the non-germane.
I haven't reviewed the YouTube hearing, and the file is not online yet. I suppose you can go up to the 4th floor of the LOB and try to find it. They don't post them we unfortunately don't post the bill files in as expeditious a fashion as the Senate does. It takes us months or years to actually get them online. So that's, I'm just saying, I'm opposed to it now. And also, I do know that they introduced one version of the amendment, and then they actually switched another version of the amendment, which also is allowed under the rules. But so there was probably not much substantive discussion of like exactly which committees or whether any of these committees should be abolished. So that's
thank you for your testimony. Thank you, we appreciate it. Representative Woods. I'm going to ask you to move along quickly. I've got several more bills I have to do today, so.
I hear you. I got to get back to committee as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Gary Woods, represent Merrimack 30, which is Concord wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. I'm here to oppose the bill primarily at the request of the Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I came across this commission through Representative Mark Pearson, who had been the chair of that commission. But because of COVID and some of the other ancillary difficulties, and that commission had not met for some time. He tried to revitalize it, but needed some help. And when he was chair of Health and Human Services, we actually sat together and worked together and approached me if I would be willing to undertake that, being a retired physician, and I viewed it as good patient care. The commission is very different than many of the other commissions because they need translators or signers as well as captioning. So the mechanics of having a commission is somewhat more difficult than other commissions. I've met directly with the president of the New Hampshire hearing group twice, face-to-face, and set up so we could have the proper engagement. They are very much interested in trying to revitalize this program. They've had some programs in the past that have been very successful, and I'm willing to offer my services as another chair of the commission, but we need to get it going. So I would encourage you to, at minimum, on line 27, to delete number 9, which is relative to the Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Senator McGee.
Thank you, Dr. Woods. Thank you so much for serving on all the other various commissions you have over the years. Greatly appreciate that service and lending your knowledge to our state, and for being willing to step up and share this one if we can delete it out of this.
It's my pleasure.
Do you anticipate a little more frequent schedule of meetings?
Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, the last meeting we had last Friday, we actually looked at the content of the meetings. Number one, we thought it would be two-part. A problem-focused, and then the second part being open forum. The idea, like currently, if a person who is hard of hearing is pulled over by a police officer, they have in their visor a card, and they can present that card and identify that they are hard of hearing in a way that they can communicate. And that was a project that they had done. But projects like that, such that the members of the commission and their groups can be engaged and feel like they're actually doing something that's productive. So that would be part of the meeting, and the second part of the meeting would be what other areas can we go forward?
One quick follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Super quick. While we're at it, would you like us to, and I'm happy to do the work, would you like us to revise the membership of that commission? It looked like it was about 33 members at quick glance. And if you'd get me the suggested membership that you can work with as the potentially new chair, happy to do that for you.
Yeah, good. Well, that's one of the, in the process of reorganization, that was top of the list, and that's not been vetted through yet.
Okay,
thanks for your testimony. Representative Sheehan. You didn't check whether you oppose or favor, so we'll put you in as a neutral and you can tell us.
Good morning. I'm Representative Vanessa Sheehan. I represent Hillsborough 43, the town of Milford. Yes, I'm in favor of this bill. House Bill 118 continues the process of reducing the number of statutory committees and commissions that have outlived their usefulness. This bill repeals 15, and aside from one, the Child Care Council, no opposition was heard from testimony to repealing these. The Child Care Council, from most reports, is an active group, however, with no input from the legislature. The House representative assigned cannot attend because they meet on session days, Thursdays, And the designated Senate member has not attended frequently either. So through amendment, what we did simply was to remove the legislative members from the council, and so that they can continue on as they please. Again, this bill passed out of legislative administration unanimously on consent. And again, we had no opposition when we held the hearing. And with that, I will take any questions.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Representative McGuire. Carol, did you want to speak? Oh, you're not speaking, I'm sorry. My apologies. Representative McGuire, you're not speaking. Anybody else that'd like to testify on 118? I will just say for the benefit of the committee and those who are here, I was asked to put in an amendment to this relating to the Rare Disease Advisory Council, simply to make so that their membership could have more than 2 consecutive terms, because they have such an issue getting members. So just for the benefit of those here, I will introduce an amendment as we go forward with this bill. All right, with that, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 118. Okay. All right, we'll open up House Bill 267. Representative Kelly is here and recognized to speak. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. I am going to try to be brief. So I'm Diane Kelly, representing Hillsborough 32. I'm here today to introduce HB 267, which regards chiropractic for animals. Those of you here last year may remember the previous iteration of this bill. We worked in a subcommittee with the various stakeholders, such as the New Hampshire Veterinary Board, the 2 chiropractic associations, the Human Chiropractic Associations, and OPLC, to craft language that allowed veterinarians and licensed chiropractors who attend a nationally recognized animal chiropractic program, which was to be determined by the executive director of OPLC, to adjust animals without requiring a veterinary referral, and for chiropractors without requiring the direct supervision of a vet. For those of you not here last year, I'll give you a brief background of why this is important. In the United States, chiropractors are considered primary care doctors, which means you don't need a referral to see one. So you can take your child to a chiropractor without a doctor referral. But with animals, it's been a bit of a gray area, and one that is currently being addressed by a lot of states and will eventually have to be addressed by all states as people are becoming more and more aware of the benefits of chiropractic for animals. At this point, getting veterinary referrals can often take weeks because there is a noticeable shortage of veterinarians, and it can also be prohibitively expensive. Chiropractic care can result in relief that's faster and less expensive. This bill passed the House and Senate, but at the last minute there was concern about the lack of explicit language about who is eligible. The original language said that anyone who attends a nationally recognized animal chiropractic program would be exempt from veterinary licensing for adjusting animals, but since only vets and licensed chiropractors can get into those programs, nobody really expressed concern at the time. But at the last moment, it was brought up that the language should more explicitly state that only veterinarians and licensed chiropractors who attend a nationally recognized animal chiropractic program would be exempt. So with this new language added, it's my hope that New Hampshire can move forward with this settled so that caring animal owners can access this amazing care quickly and affordably.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee? I do know we've seen this a few times.
Yeah.
Hopefully, looks like you've, since we don't have anybody signed in opposed, it looks like you've resolved most of the issues with it.
Right.
So thank you for your testimony. Let's see, Representative McGuire just stepped out. Representative Wheeler, is he here? All right. Then we will go to Nick Fry. We'll bring you in. Did you guys? Just questions. All right, are there questions from the committee? Doesn't look like it. Can you check and see if Representative McGuire is there? She checked she wanted to speak, and I don't. I don't want to close the hearing without giving you the opportunity. Representative McGuire, welcome back.
This bill went through my committee, I think, 3 times. We approved it every time. It's simply a matter of clarifying that an animal chiropractor does not need to be a veterinarian, and they don't need the permission of a veterinarian to use their skills.
All right, nice and easy. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak on House Bill 267? All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing. Is anyone here to introduce 777? I know it's Representative Roy. No? All right, you're welcome.
I am here on behalf of 777.
Okay.
If that's helpful.
And are you, you're not a representative, are you?
That is correct.
No, we need a member of the legislature to introduce. Carol, do you want to introduce 777 for Representative Roy? All right, we'll open the hearing on
Yes.
House Bill 777 and recognize Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Carol McGuire, Merrimack District 27, and I have not yet read House Bill 777, so if you have questions, please hold them.
Will do. Thank you for the introduction. Mr. Skipper, come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, panel members. My name is John Skip. I'm the Director of New Hampshire Police Standards and Training, and I appear before this body to lend my support to House Bill 777. This bill is an effort to codify the Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission that was established through executive order issued by Governor Sununu. This commission was created to help police agencies enter into a program voluntarily to work towards recognition of best practices for New Hampshire law enforcement agencies. Presently, we have about 220 police agencies in the state of New Hampshire. We have 50 agencies enrolled in the program, and Derry and Bow PDs have both achieved accreditation through this process. And I certainly stand ready to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for your testimony. The membership appears to have a member, oh, we do have a senator, sorry, I missed it. We're all good then, so it looks like we have one senator, one state rep. We still have love in this one as well? All right, I'm picking them out. Is there any questions from the committee? All right, there's no looking, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Actually,
Oh,
one quick question.
all right, hold on. Senator Altshuler.
If we don't do this, does the commission sunset?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
If we don't do this, does the commission sunset? Do we need to?
Candidly, madam, I don't know whether we would continue with the executive order. My belief is that that executive order might have been canceled. I know that there was a number of executive orders that
Right.
were canceled, so.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to testify on House Bill 777? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. You want to exec a couple of these?
Yes.
Sure.
Nice.
We're doing it.
That long.
Do we have a motion for exec?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
How about this one right here, since we still got it open?
Second.
Moved, not passed and seconded. Is there discussion? Great bill. All right.
Piece of cake.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I'm sorry.
I was talking with.
All right, we have a motion about to pass by Senator Reardon, seconded by Senator Altshuler, and we have all voted in the affirmative. Do we want this on consent?
Yep.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Senator Reardon, you'd like to take this out? All right. 77. 777. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. Yes,
Just pick one.
all right, how about the
267.
267?
Animal, sure.
Do we have a motion?
Move ought to pass.
Is there a second?
Oh, I gotta put my red light on. Put your, move out to
Do we have a
pass.
second on it to pass?
No? The animal chiropractors, really? We can't let, like, honestly, this is like the flag.
Sure.
Can we just be done
Sure.
with this?
Sure, second.
You will
We
do
have a
this
second.
all over
Second.
again next year, Senator.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Okay. Yeah.
No discussion?
Let's just, yeah, we just let that animal chiropractors do their thing, like.
Sure, sure.
I think we've heard this bill, at least I've heard this bill 4 times.
I will say this, I have been
In the
opposed
House
to this
and
in the
Senate?
past.
Why?
Because there were concerns with it, the way it was drafted. It
Oh,
appears that she
okay.
has, dealt with most all the issues. I'm not sure the bill's necessary anyway. I personally don't know that it is, but I'm not gonna stand in the way of
Yeah,
it. So
at least this one, they've made them jump
Yes.
through all the hoops of being going through a nationally
Yes.
recognized program, so, like,
we will, I'm
Or-
okay with moving it on.
leap over the, sorry,
We're not going.
it's been a long morning, okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent?
Move to consent.
You don't wanna have a discussion on the floor about manipulating the
So don't wanna do
I would
that,
love to listen to it. I don't want to participate.
not gonna be me.
all
I'll take
right.
it out, though.
All right, all in favor of consent?
Aye.
Senator Altshuler will take
Yeah.
this one out.
All right, I'll move on to pass on 210.
All right, so, hold on just a second. 118's not ready. Let me get back to 210.
210,
The flag bill.
Flags. 210.
Commission.
On my page.
I'd actually like to hold on to that one for a little bit, if you don't mind.
Really?
Really?
I'm not
Why is
100%
that?
sure I'm in support of that.
So, I'll talk to you about it.
Okay,
It's-
really.
Let's
mean,
have
I-
discussion.
You know what? The less I talk about it, the more likely I'd support it, is what
Yeah,
I'm gonna say
okay,
right
so
now.
I'll just,
But-
can I move on to pass on it?
You can move it. Do we have a second?
On establishing a commission and let them decide yes or no once and for all?
So,
That's, well, we don't have a second, so
all
we
right, so we
can't
don't have a
discuss.
second. We can discuss.
We can
We're not
discuss.
discussing on a motion, though.
Okay.
I did read the bill is that they were having the ability to decide whether we change the flag or not.
No, they don't. They
All
don't.
right.
They establish a process, which is what I like about
Yeah.
it. And so I didn't sign on to the bill, right? I was asked to sponsor it last time around, didn't sign on to it. I wanted to make a simple change, and which further violated the vexillological rules by adding text, and that bill died, just as it had died
I'm-
5 years
I'm
before.
just gonna say, I don't live by the vexillological
Yeah, no,
rules.
same here, which is why I just wanted to add live free or die, right? That was it. And the House clerk tried to do that several times, several years prior. It also died for different reasons. Anyhow, but there's plenty of people who are interested in examining it and having a look at it, and I fully support tradition. I'm 50-50. I've seen hundreds of proposed flag designs come my way during this process. I'm completely design agnostic and personally may just be in favor of tradition, like Tevye, and say, you know, I do like the dignified traditional thing, but I agree with some of what we heard, which is let's let them let's have a commission, let everybody submit their designs if they want, narrow it down, and we're not committed to it. But at least go through the process so we stop getting flag bills and see what's out there, and let people have a say, let the public have a say, like Maine did. And Maine went all the way through it and then almost didn't pass it. And they ended up passing it in the end. And other states, Minnesota and Utah, did the same thing. And so, anyhow, so that's my feeling on it.
As I stated in my
Harmless,
question, I read the duties and the functions of that commission, and it doesn't say, maybe we just decide to keep what we've got right here. It is totally focused on new
Changing.
designs.
It narrows it down, and then it narrows it down to like a certain number of submissions, and then they come back with, these are the ones we settled on, as I read it. But it doesn't recommend.
Nor does it even contemplate just keeping what we have. This is another effort, and I've had this conversation this year in other committees, of government doesn't need to be doing anything. If there's a group of citizens in the state of New Hampshire who wants to toy with having a new flag and a new design, I am sure there are lots of civic groups, functions that could pull people together to do that. I don't think it has to be a state function to do that. When they get all of that work done, come on in and we'll look at it then. But well, we don't need to be the convener of every good idea.
I don't think there's any other way
Here,
to change
here.
the state flag if they wanted to, or even consider it. Right, this has public hearings and public submissions and a very open, transparent process.
All right, I would like some time to consider, so I'm gonna ask that we hold the bill, we can have a further discussion next week. And,
Okay.
look at it from there.
That's fine.
All right.
All right, 156, do we want to do?
150, wait a minute.
That is Representative Bixby's bill. I think we gotta look at this and maybe, I know we need to have a senator and we need, Kevin, did he provide an original copy of the bill before it was amended?
I had it in my file.
Did we get it? Maybe I got it in, no, I didn't.
Yeah, he gave it to us.
Did he?
Yep.
I don't know if I got a copy of it.
So this one,
Nope, I didn't get a copy of it.
that's the amended.
Right,
Where's the one that was in your file to start?
He might not.
that's all I have is the
Oh.
amended. Okay.
I've got it.
Is there one on
Do
this
we
one?
want to look at this right now, if it's something quick we can do, or do you want to wait?
I think it's really quick. No?
To do the original
Right,
version,
to-
not the,
To go back to the original version.
which
You were
doesn't,
good on the original version?
which doesn't
The
eliminate
amendment, see, here's the
the
amendment.
existing.
The amendment repeals this, right, which we were asked to put
Yeah.
back. And then the only other change is the amendment changed it to 45 days effective date, and then.
But that leaves it under the advisory committee on state procurement, and that was what John Williams was talking about. He thought
Right.
maybe there was a cleaner way to do it.
No, he said he would want it to go under there so that the state advisory committee is the top of that, and we could pull members out of there or have new people.
I think we need to
I think
hang
we're
on
gonna
to
look
this.
at this.
You wanna hang on to
Yeah,
it?
I think we need to. Just to make sure.
Because I do want to have more discussion.
Yeah,
if
all
we're
right.
clear
Yeah,
about
he said,
what we're
please
doing."
do not repeal the state procurement model.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I think he wanted us to create something alongside. We'll have a little further conversation.
All right.
Yeah.
So hold.
That may be where we have to go. There's a little too much bouncing around in my head today, and I need a little time to figure that out. 82, we need to hold.
82.
Yep. There's a little further work that needs to happen there. I do have an amendment for it, but there's 509. I can't remember if I made notes on that.
Oh, yeah, 509.
Are you ready to, I honestly would like to confer with Senator Gannon on this because he sits on judiciary, so I think we should probably.
We both sit on judiciary.
Oh, you both do?
Yeah.
I did not realize that.
Yeah.
My
So my
apologies.
internship when I was in law school was at the AG's office doing forfeiture petitions.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
Are we going to talk about this bill, or you want me to
We can
just
talk
say
about it, sure.
Yeah. I think a lot of the information that's being sought to be put online is law enforcement operations that don't necessarily need to be on a public website. My other experience that I had with forfeitures is when the feds would end up with a Lamborghini, it was something that they used they used the assets that they sometimes seize in their ability
Continued
to continued operations. And I don't think we need to be putting that out on the website.
Let's hold on to that one.
Yeah. Maybe not a Lamborghini, but
207 we did. 227, did we do that one? I can't remember. I tried to make notes as we went along, so Kevin, no, I want to hold 227. 214. 214 we did. 271, I believe we did. Didn't we do 214?
I have it done.
Yes.
Yes.
McHugh's taking it out, right?
Yes. 227.
We did not do that.
Oh, no, we were holding that one. 271, I'm sorry, that's what I.
We did.
We did that one, and we did 192.
271. What did we do with 271? No, we didn't.
We did not do 271?
No.
I made a
don't
note
think
on
so.
it.
I have it.
Did we?
I put oh no, hold for McHugh had questions.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, my notes are wrong, okay.
We're not doing the flag.
You want to do 271? All right,
You just
Make
waited
a
for me
motion?
to put it away before you said that, didn't you?
do you want to make a motion?
271.
All right, anybody want to make a motion on 271?
Can I get the file?
Yeah, we got the file.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Listen,
We-
this
you
is all
have
about
it-
efficiency
you have
today.
enough
Let's
time
go.
in here.
Move on to pass.
We'll have to pass, all right?
Second.
And we have a second. Discussion.
We heard that this, the social worker associates have to work under the supervision of a master's level licensed social worker. So, I think this will be like the third bill that we've heard about a lower level of service, member of the service community that works underneath a higher level because we are, strapped for people.
Shortages.
And this gives some, some parameters around the licensure.
While maintaining
And
supervision.
while maintaining supervision, and it gives that, and it puts their, evaluation from the board under rules rather than statutorily assigning a specific test. And so I think leaving it under rules and having the board, which works with OPLC, determine what their professional criteria should be is probably the best place for it to be.
Okay. Further discussion.
It seems like we only have one person working under this licensure and letting their own board of mental health practice determine which test they want to take. It's fine. I don't see a problem.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Yep. All right, any volunteers, Senator Altschul, you want to take
I'll
this
take
one? All right. And with that, a motion to come out of exec?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And we will be in recess until 1 PM.
Wait, there's more.
The third one's probably going to be the more contentious.
Yep.
The third?
Yep.
What's the third one? 1, 2, 3.
Vaccines.
Required. Oh, for crying out loud.
That's why I thought that. All right. Good job, everyone, and
Thank you
we'll
very
see you at
much.
1 o'clock.
For your efficiency.
Kevin, are you okay?
Our fifth member, Representative McGuire, thank you very, our fifth
o'clock. We're going to come back out of recess and open up the hearing on House Bill 142. Representative Moffett, I will recognize you to introduce the bill. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Starting right on time. So for the record, I am Representative Mike Moffett. I represent Merrimack District 4, the lovely towns of Canterbury and Loudoun. I don't often testify before Senate committees, so forgive me if I'm a little nervous, but I'm sure we'll get through this. So this bipartisan measure has been in the mix before. I guess many years ago it started in the Senate, passed the Senate unanimously, and then didn't make it through the House. But this amended version you have before you includes new language and some compromises that reflect earlier testimony and feedback. So the flag design is from a national organization. It's called Honor and Remember. It's about a flag that can be personalized with the name of a deceased veteran. You can't do that with an American flag, but you can have a flag like this that can be personalized. And having been involved with this for a while, I understand earlier concerns about this flag potentially detracting from displays of existing flags, particularly the American flag. So hopefully the latest wording will address those concerns or somewhat address those concerns. My position is obviously one of support for the flag and for the Gold Star families who seek to have it recognized. And this type of initiative helps to keep memories and spirits alive of our fallen, while also shining a light on history. During a time when military recruiting has been off a bit, this type of recognition sends an important message, I think, that military service is valued and that those who make the ultimate sacrifice will be remembered, in whether they lost their life in Afghanistan, Iraq, somewhere else, or in some cases, after they return to their homeland and due to their experiences, their lives end up being shortened. So the truth of the matter is that if this flag was officially sanctioned by this body and by the state of New Hampshire, then it would be much more meaningful. And the truth of the matter is there are a number of flags and symbols that contribute to veteran culture, American culture. I lead the Loudoun Memorial Day Parade every May, as the chairman probably knows. And the color detail behind me in that flag, in that color detail, that flag detail, most prominently includes an American flag, which is as it should be, but also there's a American Legion flag as part of the color guard. There's a POW flag as part of the color guard. And there are service flags that fly over this building. The Marine Corps flag flies on November 10th. That's my service flag. And the other service flags get their day. So this amended version finally passed the House, as I said earlier, and it simply calls for the date for Gold Star mothers and families to be switched from April to September. Currently in statute, there is a Gold Star Mothers and Families Day this month in April. Governor Ayotte has already issued her proclamation. I got a copy of it. I gave it to my vice chair, Skip Rollins, in the Veterans Committee, who's a Gold Star father, and he had tears in his eyes. He took the governor's proclamation for Gold Star mothers, and he's going to give it to his wife, who's a Gold Star mother. So what this measure does is that it would switch Gold Star Mothers and Families Day from April, the last Sunday in April, to September, the last Sunday in September, which is the National Gold Star Mothers and Families Day. And the last piece of this, again, HB 142 originally requested that this flag be recognized for official State House display on 5 different days. That was a kind of an ambitious ask. So the amended version changed that to simply 1 day. And that day would be, if this passes, that day would be the last Sunday in September, the National Gold Star Mothers and Family Day. It also asks that the flag be displayed at the Veterans Cemetery. I want to thank the Veterans Cemetery. They're already doing that, which is much appreciated. So basically, all this would do would be to add one day so that this flag for these families would have official status and be flown here at the State House. And finally, I think it's relevant to point out that most other states, a majority of states, have already recognized this flag. I know from being a chair that when I see legislation coming before me, I'm always interested, what do other states do? You know, has this been passed in any other state? That matters, I think. If a measure has never been passed elsewhere, then that tells you something. Or if a measure has been passed by most other states, as this one has been, that tells you something too that I think is significant. So thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions if there are any.
Well, thank you, Representative, for introducing the bill, and thank you for your service to our country. Do we have any questions from the committee? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Moffett, and thank you for your service. Do we have any state rules about flag? I know I've heard controversies before about flags that were to fly over the State House. Is there some guidance or some rules someplace?
Sure, thank you for your question, Senator. There are protocols in place where the legislative body would need to approve a flag before it would fly over this Capitol, which is the point of this measure. Before the Marine Corps flag, which I mentioned, I know that flies on November 10th. So supporters of that flag or any service flag had to come to this body and have it pass and be recognized by this body before it could fly in the Capitol. So it's a symbolic thing, and right, this measure seeks to do the same thing for this flag as has been done for the service flags and the POW flag.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks, sir.
All right, so we have about 9 of you that are signed up to testify, and apparently a 10th is signing up. So I'm going to ask all of you, I've got to try and keep you as brief as I can. We have a pretty busy schedule this afternoon. I want to give you a chance to be heard, but let's try and keep it to a minute or two if we can, please, so that the committee can have an opportunity to hear from everyone. And all right, we'll go forward. Representative Hill.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the record, I am Representative Greg Hill. I represent Northfield, which is Merrimack 2. I also am the chair of the Legislative Administration Committee, which heard this bill. And I'm here representing that committee. I think I wrote that on the sign-up sheet. The committee voted to ITL this bill. With the intention of requesting it to be tabled for the purpose of doing a study over the summer on an ad hoc basis in order to look at the guidelines, actually, that Senator Reardon just mentioned, the protocols, the guidelines, because there's a number of places where we have conflicts within our RSAs. No surprise there, we have a lot of those. So what I have done to give the committee some background, as I say, we've heard this bill a number of times, and it has always been on a bipartisan basis on the consent calendar. So what I've done is given you a couple of the copies of the RSAs that are in conflict, and also given you some of the questions that the committee has had in the past that we feel need to be worked on before we're comfortable with a number of things, flags, portraits, all kinds of things that we have problems with. There's conflicting committee responsibilities, one of which, and I'm going to give you these and hang on to one if you don't mind. There you go, guys. One of which is the Joint Historical Committee. They have the responsibility to purchase and restore historical items. They also have the responsibility for the placement of portraits and flags. There's some question whether those flags are specifically talking about the Hall of Flags or whether they're talking about all of the flags. In addition, and somewhat answering the question that Senator Reardon had just asked, they also have the ability or the requirement to recommend legislation needed to implement a policy to administer and enforce the collections policy established by the committee in 1990. I have not been able to find a copy of that, that policy. But I do know and have made aware, the prime sponsor aware of section 4:13H, which lists Gold Star Mother's Day as mentioned. We're very much in favor of the first part of the amendment for that purpose. We think that is a great addition. As you can see from page 2, the number of observances proclaimed by the governor is extensive. I think there's 28 or 29 of them, all the way from Destroyer Escort Day to the Old Man in the Mountain Day. And in there are some of those requirements. Now the questions are those proclamations by the governor, which include flags, in conflict with what the historical committee does and or the facilities committee? We have a number of different problems. There's nothing in this bill, for instance, that lists who's going to purchase this flag. As the prime sponsor mentioned, this is a private organization. This is a copyrighted bill, or copywritten, or I'm not sure how you say that. Copyrighted? So we're not really sure. This would set a new precedent here. We've never had a bill that was, or a flag that was copywritten before. We also don't know from the legislation what happens, and this is a physical restriction, we don't know what happens if that happens to fall on a time when flags are being at half-mast. If that's the case, physically, one of these flags would be dragging on the ground, we're told, by the Facilities Committee. So there's things that need to be fixed within the legislation and within our policies and guidelines that, that I think need to enter into the discussion that you have prior to executive session. With that, I think I can certainly ease your time problem and end my discussion. If there's any questions on any of the materials that I've given you here, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions from the committee? I appreciate the info you give us, and we'll certainly take a look at it.
It will save you time, I think. It took us a couple of years before we've developed the information of where things are and where conflicts are. We're really not even sure if this is necessary, if this legislation is necessary, or whether the governor could simply, in her proclamation, indicate that a flag of some type be flown and name it. So it may be that the bill itself is not necessary.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Representative Grota. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You spent the morning here. You just love us.
Yeah, I like Eugene, no matter where it is. My name is Jackie Grota. I represent Rockingham 24, the towns of Rhine Greenland. I'm co-sponsoring this bill because I do have Gold Star families that are constituents of mine. And this bill is something that's been brought to the legislature before. And this is the first time that I think we can, this is the furthest it's ever gone. And I'm sorry that there's, all this conflicting information, but frankly, that's kind of tough because the bill is here. There are people who care very much about it's being flown over the State House. And last year, when the bill did not pass, there was all these conversations about, well, we could put it there, we could put it here, and it never happened. So I'm hoping that I would be glad to help you. If there's anything that I can do to help you, count me in, because this is important to me. You know, like when someone asks you to do something from your town, you want to make sure you take them, you want to make sure you do it and complete the job. So that's where I'm at with this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions from the committee?
Oops, sorry.
That's all right. Seeing none, you're good. All right, we've got several folks here that want to speak. So Stephen, Erica, and I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. Grown, all right.
Balboni's here too.
Hmm?
Representative
Oh,
Balboni.
is it on here?
Peggy?
Oh, got it. My apologies, Rep. Balboni, I'll get to you next. No. Well, good
Hi.
afternoon, welcome.
Hi.
Thank you.
I'm Erica.
Erica and Steve Grown from Gorham.
Thank you for making the trip.
Steve and I are the parents of Tanner Grown. He died in a helicopter crash November 10th, 2023 in Cyprus while serving in the Army. Our family's lives changed that day. I love that they have Gold Star Mother's Day, but to me, I would prefer it to be called Gold Star Family Day. I did not raise Tanner on my own. Steve and I raised our children together, as well as our daughter, Emily. Emily doesn't remember a day without her brother by her side growing up. We're a family. The loss of Tanner, well, it was a horrible day. He was a son, a brother, a grandson, a nephew, a friend to many. Not a day will go by that we will not think of him. Please consider changing the name to include family. And I don't care if it says mother first, and family after, or just family, but to me, we're a family, and Tanner's my family. So when I hear mother, I feel like, no. Yes, I'm a mother, I'm 100% a mom, but my husband was by my side, and we tucked him in at night. We read the stories. We took him to the soccer games and dance recitals for our daughter and dragged him along. We did everything as a family. And so I personally, for me, want to hear family when it's addressed. I didn't do it alone. So to me, like I said, that's just important. And I'm not a person to come and talk in front of people. This is not my comfort zone. But I feel strongly about this, and I just hope that that gets recognized for other families, because I'm sure United families want to be addressed as family.
If you were to ask me 17 months ago today where I stood on the bill 142, I would have been indifferent to it. I would have said that it's a good idea and had no objections to it, but really would have known what it meant. Ask me the same question 24 hours later or more, and my answer would be totally different. As on November 10, 2023, we lost our son, Tanner Grown, age 25, and that's tomorrow. It'll be 17 months. Tanner was a crew chief flight instructor on an armed Black Hawk helicopter called ADAP, which stands for Direct Action Penetrator. He was part of the 160th out of 4th Campbell, Tennessee. His unit is also called the Night Stalkers. Tanner was very humble about what he did and never told us much. We have since been told of a few missions that he was part of, and one of them he earned a Distinguished Flying Cross for, a very high honor. He was described by many as a little brother, but at the same time, a quiet professional that was ready and able to do any mission that he was called to do. One of his majors told us that when the time came for a high-value mission and the dream team had to be assembled, Tanner was always the first one picked. He had goals and wanted to become a Black Hawk pilot. All he wanted to do was one last mission before going to flight school. On the day of the incident, we lost Tanner, as well as Shane Barnes, Steve Dwyer, Andy Southard, and Cade Wolf in a live-firing training accident over the Mediterranean Sea. We know that we will never get to see or hold him again in our lifetimes, Remembering him is is the easiest thing to do. I shed tears daily over the fact that I will never get to see or hold him. We're honoring him the best we can. We have pictures and mementos throughout our house. Our daughter Emily calls his room the shrine. Our family hiked Gold Star Peak in Alaska last summer, where we hung his gold tags on the monument on top of the mountain and of the 4 others from that accident. We also hung two others dog tags from a prior crash where 2 of his friends died. We planned on doing it on August 18th, Tanner's birthday, but to do it in bad weather, we had to do it a day earlier. Emily and her husband Mike ran the San Francisco Marathon last summer with Wear Blue, Run to Remember. Emily is planning a 5K this coming July in Gorham. The Gorham citizens have voted unanimously to rename the soccer field where Tanner played in his name. Once again, if you would ask me on November 10th or after about Bill 142, my answer would be totally different, as we are all living the nightmare that comes after losing a child and a soldier. Since that day, we have met many other great families that are going through the same thing as we are. With the recent incidents in Lithuania, which bring back terrible memories of soldiers coming to your door to give you the terrible news, flying out to Dover, Delaware for the distinguished transfer, to ultimately the funeral. This bill holds a lot of new meaning. We totally support the use of the Honor and Remember flag, the renaming of Gold Star Mother's Day to Gold Star Mother's Day and Family Day, and aligning the date with the Federal Day of Recognition. I feel that we owe all of this, all to the families that have or had someone that joined the military and wrote a blank check payable to our country. These brave men and women agreed to put their lives at risk for all of us. Thankfully, most of these men and women never had their check cashed. Unfortunately, for most of us here today, that's not the case. Our families paid the ultimate sacrifice, which left a huge hole in our lives and hearts where someone once was. The only way we can move forward and adapt is by honoring and remembering them on a daily basis. So we ask that you vote in favor of this bill to ensure that it becomes law, as we, the New Hampshire citizens, owe this to everyone that served, not just the ones that are no longer with us, but all veterans as well as those that may have physical, emotional scars from serving and deserve the same respect as our families, as our family members that are no longer with us.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your story. Do we have any questions from the committee? No. We appreciate your sacrifice very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rep. Balboni, my apologies, I didn't catch you beforehand.
Thank you, Chairman Pearl and honorable members of the Senate Executive Departments and Administrative Committee. My name is Peggy Balboni, and I represent the towns of Greenland, Northampton, and Rye, and I am a co-sponsor of HB 142, now known as relative to the Gold Star Mothers and Families Day. This bill was brought to my attention by my constituent Nancy Marston, whose son Blake, a Navy SEAL, was killed in a parachute training accident in 2015. I was not familiar with the Honor and Remember flag that is presented to Gold Star families to recognize their fallen heroes. I met with Nancy and other Gold Star parents who shared their stories of their loved ones and how much that flag means to them to keep their memories alive. Legislation to recognize the Honor and Remember flag has previously been brought before this committee. This bill has addressed many concerns that were raised in those discussions. To me, the most important sentiment that was shared was that these families might have different values and political views, but they have worked together over the years on the mission to encourage New Hampshire to adopt the Honor and Remember flag as a symbol recognizing and honoring the fallen members of the armed forces from New Hampshire. I think it is equally significant that we co-sponsors are coming together in a bipartisan way to support this mission. Last Memorial Day, my town of Rye raised the Honor and Remember flag, and I was proud to stand with my community to recognize those who have died in service to our country. HB 142 was amended on the House floor on March 26 to address concerns raised by the House Legislative Administration Committee, and it passed by a voice vote. We are all grateful for the service and sacrifice of our Gold Star families. Let's join the other states who have already adopted the flag and displayed it proudly. I urge you to support HB 142 as amended. And thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we appreciate it. Jean Durgan.
Sorry.
Take your time. Good afternoon, and welcome to the ED&A Committee.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm carrying my flag. Give me a little courage. My name is Jean Durgan. I'm a Gold Star mother. I'm the mother of Russell Durgan, Sergeant Russell Durgan, who was killed in action in Afghanistan on June 13th, 2006. 19 years ago, in March, I said goodbye to my son for the last time. I was not too happy with him, I have to say, because he had served and was in Iraq for a year, and that was hell. And he saw terrible things during that year, and I thought, enough is enough. But Russell said, I owe it to my country and to my brethren to continue as long as they are going on. And so he re-upped, and off he went to Afghanistan. But because of his personality, his sense of humor, which carried him through many, many difficult times, he said to me, Mom, piece of cake. It's a piece of cake. Yeah, right. On that day, that June 13th, when two officers arrived at my door, selfishly, I hoped that they were at the wrong house. My son, Sean, who is Russell's twin brother, had just come home on leave. He was the one who answered the door to hear that his twin brother had been killed. I have to say that all the love and support that I received during that time helped me to survive. This flag is a reminder of that time, of all the love that we've received. There was something that was said to me at that time by someone who I'm sure did not mean this to be disrespectful, but she said, your son was a soldier and there's a war. Didn't you expect this could happen? Well, I guess I prayed every day that it wouldn't happen. But it felt to me like it was an, oh well, these things happen. I don't want my son's sacrifice or the sacrifice of any of these men and women to be an oh well. I want something further. And I know you can't give me what I want, but I would like you to allow us Gold Star families to have this flag flying here in New Hampshire to remind people this is no oh well. They not only sacrificed their lives on that day, they sacrificed their future. What would they have been today? I'm sure if my son was standing here today, he would, well, he'd probably have a few words to say, but he would remind you that when he made that commitment for all. He was telling you, I'm putting my life on the line out of love for all of you. Please help me to continue that love. And a reminder that these brave men and women are not oh wells. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. And
Thank you.
We appreciate you sharing your story. Any questions? Zach? She may have dropped something under the table there, if you want to grab it for her. Thank you. Stephanie, you don't have a last name, so.
Oh, it's Willett.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. As you said, my name is Stephanie, my last name is Willett, and I'm going to tell you something that I don't tell many people. I am a Gold Star sister. I don't know if any of you have ever stood at a military funeral and watched that flag be folded. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but felt it. These families, they felt that flag fold. They felt the air shift, and they felt the silence settle in. They felt their breath catch when that final fold is pressed into place. They felt the weight of a nation's gratitude handed to them as a mother, as a father, as a child, in the shape of a triangle. I don't know if any of you know what it means to be a Gold Star family member. If you do, then you understand the weight of that legacy of service and sacrifice. But if you don't, I'm going to walk you down that road a little bit. It means that the knock at the door came. It means that the sacrifice wasn't just in uniform, it came to our homes and it stayed. My brother, my younger brother, Corporal Michael Willett, was serving in the United States Marine Corps when he was killed in action in Al-Zad, Afghanistan on March 22nd, 2009. He was awarded the Navy Cross for his actions on the day that he died. But before that, before the medals, the uniform, and the title, he was simply Mike, or Mikey if you wanted to get him going. He was my mother's middle child. He was brilliant, stubborn, hilarious, and loyal. He played chess games with our younger brother that lasted across deployments. He read Nietzsche, listened to Coltrane. He fished, he laughed, he lived, and then he was gone. This is what sacrifice really looks like. It's not just the folded coffin flag in a case on the shelf. It's not a name etched in stone on one of our war memorials. It's the parents who outlived their children. It is the brother who will never have his best man by his side on his wedding day. It is the spouse that will never hear that one special voice again. It is the silence that settles in and never leaves in the places where their laughter once resonated. And yet, in the face of all of this, these families like mine and the ones that you're hearing from today, they do not vanish. We do not vanish in our grief. We stand resolute in our responsibility to honor them. We speak their names, we tell their stories, and we serve. Some of them are your very own colleagues. And we remember, and that's why we're here today. And it's to ask you to remember with us, to walk with us as we carry on the legacy of service and sacrifice that has been passed to us when our loved ones died. House Bill 142, it does a few simple things, but they are not small by any means. As you've heard, it moves Gold Star Mothers and Family Day here in New Hampshire to the last Sunday in September, aligning it with the National Day of Recognition for Gold Star Mothers and Families. It takes the important step of honoring and recognizing these service members. They had entire families that move through life now with only memories and photographs to hold on to. It designates the Honor and Remember flag as an official state symbol of remembrance and directs the flag be flown at the State House over that special day. These are not purely symbolic gestures, and you should know that they are acts of great significance and meaning. For over a decade, we have come before this legislation and asked for a simple thing. We have asked for remembrance in the language we understand, and for over a decade, we have been told not now. Told that others knew better than we did how to honor our loss and remember our loved ones. Told that our grief has no place here, that our loss is not important enough to fly a flag. But still we come back, not for ourselves. We come back for our sons, our daughters, our spouses, and our siblings. Because remembrance never rests, because that's what love is, because memory is not optional, there is no expiration date on honor, and because most importantly, it matters. It matters. Some may think this bill is just about a flag or a date on a calendar, maybe even reducing it to making the day more inclusive in recognition of those service members grieved by many. But it's about something greater. It's about whether or not the state of New Hampshire will recognize that the cost of freedom is written in lives. That our promise to never forget is not a slogan, it is the standard. It's about whether this legislative body, whether you, each one of you in fact, will choose to honor not just the fallen, but us, the families who continue to live with that sacrifice every day. It shows us whether our state is willing to do something small but significant to stand with us, to become part of how we ensure future generations never forget the price of their freedom. We are not here for your pity. We are not here for politics. We are here for purpose. When the American flag is folded and presented to us, that moment is sacred. It is final. It is a closing chapter. That flag, once folded, will never fly again. Because to unfold it is to unravel the significant meaning of each of the 13 folds, to undo the promise made in sorrow and honor. That's why the Honor and Remember flag is needed. It's not meant to be folded and placed on a shelf. It is meant to fly. It does not replace the American flag. It does not diminish the American flag. It serves a unique purpose, and that is honoring the families of the fallen. The American flag represents many things to many people, and that is its greatest strength. But the Honor and Remember flag, that has one job and one job only, and that is to honor the fallen and remember the families left behind. So we're here so that on September, when Gold Star families gather together, they do so with the full support of their state, not as an afterthought, not as what Jean said, as a so what, but as a solemn promise. And so I'm going to ask you, if not now, when? If not this, then what is good enough? If not for them, then for whom? Don't let this be the 13th year that survivors are told to wait, that our loss is not meaningful enough. It has no place here. Let this be the year that you choose to honor these sacrifices with action. When you walk into this room, you walk right by the New Hampshire Medal of Honor that's right outside this door, that has my brother's name on it and that has the names of many of these people in this room. Don't take that lightly. That means something. You have the responsibility that we have. Don't let their memory die. I'm happy to address any questions you may have at this time.
Well, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Nancy Marston.
Sorry, I've got a problem with my contact.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nancy Irving Marston, and I'm the Gold Star mom of William Blake Marston, who was a Navy SEAL who died on January 10th, 2015. You've heard some very powerful testimony today. I'm going to take a different tact. These Gold Star families have been telling their stories for 12, 13 years now, over and over. They've been leading the charge, which is understandable. I'm part of that. However, I do think that we have to recognize this flag is for all of us. Gold Star families are fighting for every New Hampshire person to be able to have pride in the New Hampshire citizens who have left their families and gone all around the world doing heroic actions for your safety and your freedom. It's not just for Gold Star families, but we are the ones carrying this. And that's fine. As I said, that's good and right. But I would like to just make the point that we're doing this for everyone, for school children who can learn about the cost of war, for adults who can remember their fathers or grandfathers who died in World War II. We have many, many citizens, New Hampshire citizens, who have given their lives. That flag, since the beginning of time, that flag represents all of them. And frankly, yes, we have a personal connection that we're willing to come here and tell you about. You all have connections too. Everyone has families, friends. In the most recent global war on terrorism, 96 New Hampshire citizens have given their lives. Surely everyone has a connection somewhere. The other point I want to make is that there have been some very, frankly, outrageous and insulting comments made about this attempt, this flag, the Honor and Remember flag. That we somehow want to diminish the American flag. Hear me, my son went to war with the American flag on his uniform, as they all do. It was the American flag that was over his coffin. And that's good, just as I would want. The American flag, I fly it 6 days a week. I fly the Honor and Remember flag on Sunday because that represents all the ones, not the missing in action, but the men and women who will not be coming home. Any questions that you would like to say, that you would like to ask?
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you
Very much
for
appreciated.
listening.
Any questions from the committee? All right, thank you. Margie and Bill, did you want to testify or?
Yes.
Okay, come on up. Well,
Good afternoon.
Welcome to EDNA.
It's okay, girl.
So who do you have with you?
Well, who do I have with me?
Yeah.
I'm Bill. This is my wife, Margie, Gold Star mom, and this is my service companion, Miss Daisy.
Miss Daisy. Oh, well, welcome to all of you.
She's a rescue from Louisiana, Operation Delta Dog in Hollis, New Hampshire, rescued her, and she rescued me. It's okay, girl. Yeah. Yes, we are a Gold Star family. Perhaps some of you are familiar with the parable of the bacon and egg sandwich. It's a tale of contribution versus commitment. To build a sandwich, a chicken must lay eggs to be prepared. That's the contribution. To provide the bacon, the pig must sacrifice his life. That's commitment. I'm a Vietnam War veteran, U.S. Navy Seabee, construction battalions of the United States Navy. Our fallen son, Jimmy, was full-time Army National Guard. That was his career. He left us on August 16th, 2015. Daisy, come here, girl. Pardon me, she's used to being the center of attention. Down. Daisy, down. Good girl. Jimmy served 2 tours in the Middle East. Jimmy was a gunner on a Humvee in Iraq in '04 and in an expeditionary communication unit in Afghanistan in 12-13. He survived his tours of duty. However, he lost his battle with PTS. I would like to share with you the type of character of those who give their last full measure of devotion to keep our nation safe and free. Jimmy was, still difficult to say was, a fun-loving, adventurous kid who grew up to be a daring adventurer and a young, courageous man who pushed life's limits. He was courageous in his Army career and in sports. He loved his sports. He played varsity soccer in high school, captain of the varsity tennis team, captain of the varsity ski team, an Eagle Scout, a devoted husband, and a loving father. Because I am generous by nature, I believe most American citizens are patriotic. Now, patriotism, simply stated, refers to having or expressing devotion to and vigorous support of our country. We contribute to our country and each other by being of service and steadfast in our freedom. We contribute to our society. Then we have the less than 2% of us. Less than 2% of our population who are willing to wear the uniform of the United States military. We swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. Those of us who have served and who are now serving write a blank signed check to our government to be cashed in full, to die if necessary, to keep this, our constitutional republic, free. That, ladies and gentlemen, is commitment. The New Hampshire motto, as everyone in this room most likely knows, live free or die. And indeed, we live free under the flag of freedom, the stars and stripes, which all of these, all of us who served, all those who died, we fought for that flag. We were willing to die for that flag. Now, for those who perished for our freedoms, their names are etched on the Honor and Remember flag to be remembered by their family, their friends, and a grateful nation. New Hampshire Gold Star families are eternally grateful for your support for passing NH-142 to fly this most honorable flag over this State House on Gold Star Mothers and Family Day. Gold Star family, many of us Gold Star families here. It's not a club you fill out an application for. But once you join, you meet some of the most amazing people you would have never met before in your life. So we will be honored that you fly this flag over our state capitol. Margie, you want to show them your...
The back of my sweatshirt has a message on it that I want my husband to read.
Every time you see this flat star, it means the sacrifice of a lifetime and of an individual's life.
That's the Gold Star that has created a fellowship of mothers and fathers and families. And I just want to let you know if there's any budgetary problems for paying for this flag, we'll be happy to supply it.
Well, thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate you coming in. Do we have any questions from the committee?
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Ryan Miller? Good afternoon, sir, and welcome.
Good afternoon, thank you. I am Brian Miller. I am a 100% disabled combat veteran, served with the United States Marine Corps and with the Mass Army National Guards. And I have been involved directly with Honor and Remember going on to 13 years this coming May. I am the chapter director for the New England chapter here. And just here to answer some questions, read a little script that I think will answer a lot of questions that have been brought up from the previous hearing and possibly going forwards. One thing I want to address right off the bat that was brought up earlier is this flag, if this bill is passed, this flag will be granted to the state of New Hampshire at no cost. The chapter will work with maintenance, whoever we have to, on a 2-year basis, every 2 years, have a new Honor and Remember flag delivered to the State House. So you have a perfectly 100% beautiful looking flag to honor these families. Some of the information in our chapter that I'm going to read is questioning that is brought up quite a bit, that this flag supposedly is trying to replace the American flag, which it is not. The flag of the United States of America is our nation's symbol and identifies us as Americans. It is the umbrella which represents every underlying aspect of our country. It actually takes on a different context or meaning wherever it is displayed. Public hearings, private homes, sports stadiums, Olympic events, caskets, or even the moon. Like any other nation's flag, it does not stand for anything specific. Ask any citizen what our flag means to them, and you will get a dozen different responses. Does it represent sacrifice? Absolutely. However, the American flag also stands for our Constitution, the unity of our people, the diversity of our nation, the triumph of our accomplishments, and the right to protest or to be burned. It is the symbol of freedom. Many die to defend, rather than a tangible emblem to specifically honor those who gave their lives. Our sons and daughters throughout history died to preserve its meaning, but it does not particularly represent them. They represent the flag, which represents our entire country. Here is the symbolism of the American flag was originally designed and explained. The U.S. flag consists of 13 horizontal stripes, 7 red alternating with 6 white. The stripes represent the 13 original colonies. The stars represent 50 states of the Union. Red symbolizes hardiness and valor. White symbolizes purity and innocence. Blue represents vigilance, perseverance, and justice. The American flag unites us. The Honor and Remember flag defines us. By flying the Honor and Remember flag, we say to these selfless men and women and the families that loved him, that we as Americans will never forget their contribution to our freedom. And we are mindful that at any time, any day, another could be added to those ranks. Potentially any day, regardless of circumstances, a Blue Star family can turn gold. And to quote a Gold Star mother out of Ohio, the Honor and Remember flag is not a symbol for the Gold Star families. It is a flag for you, myself, and the general public to recognize the sacrifices that these families have to endure. The soldiers, when they go to battle, face sacrifices. These Gold Star families are living with the ultimate sacrifice of never seeing their heroes come home again. I truly hope after 12 years of this bill being heard that the state of New Hampshire will become the 29th state to fly the Honor and Remember flag, to honor these Gold Star families and the soldiers that have given their ultimate sacrifice as a symbol of remembrance, and to let these families know we will remember the ultimate sacrifice that these families have given. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Terry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Terry Poff. I'm currently serving as the Chief Operating Officer for the General Court. As Representative Hill said, I think there's some conflicts in the way that the bill is written relative to the flag placement. The General Court's in charge of the full complex, with the Governor and the Executive Council and the Secretary of State only having control over their portions of the building that they occupy. The Joint Legislative Historic Committee has the authority under one particular RSA for placement of portraits and flags and others, and also recommending that placement for the executive branch and other branches of government. So when you look at it, the construction of that may need some attention. So when you look at the crafting of that bottom portion of the bill, it may need some, it does need some attention in my opinion. So there's a conflict between whether the executive branch can, if this passes as in its current form, two branches will be able to try to control what happens at the State House. And as the member of the General Court and responsible for that, my preference is to have that clarified so that it's extremely clear. So when the Joint Legislative Historic Committee makes a recommendation, it's solid, and the branch itself that is in charge of this complex has that authority clearly. And then that's really all I had to say relative to that. So just as a point of information, I'd be available to assist if you need me to.
That was going to be my question. So will you be able to provide us some guidance on crafting?
I can work with whomever you designate from the committee to help you present that policy to the committee.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Kevin?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I am a 25-year Air Force veteran. I'm also a 28-year resident of the town of Hooksett, New Hampshire. Today, I'm representing the State Veterans Advisory Committee. We do not support this legislation. We actually oppose this legislation. And I want to sort of give you the reason why, and it's pretty straightforward from where we sit. We certainly deeply respect the sacrifices of the people that are sitting behind me right now. Other than an individual family member, I think a veteran is probably the next closest person that can understand the pain of losing somebody that's on our team. Okay, I can tell you from my personal experience that on the 30th of March of 1993, I had to go to a house and make the notification that one of the members of my squadron had died in a plane crash and was not coming home again to his wife and his 3 small children. Believe me, that's something you never want to do in your entire life. I think about it all the time. The last casualty of the war in Afghanistan from the Air Force side was a captain named Ryan Phaneuf, who was from Hudson. He was my student in junior ROTC. I went and swore this young man into the Air Force down at Embry-Riddle when he graduated from there, and I spoke at his memorial service, which was attended by our congressional delegation and the governor. I understand the sacrifice that they make. We also applaud the work that Honor and Remember does. They work individually with the families. They get them a flag that is personal to them, and we support that completely. We support the idea of the governor issuing a proclamation and designating this Gold Star Families Day. We support all of that. Where you lose us, where we get off of this bus, is when you use language that says an official symbol, the official symbol, the official that, an official that, because to us, the official symbol of that sacrifice is the American flag. And that really is our sole objection to all of this. The compromise solution, I did call yesterday and talk to Sean Buck, who, if you've never met him, he's the executive director of our Veterans Cemetery out in Boscawen, which is literally the Arlington of New England, if you've never been there. The Honor and Remember flag flies in their memorial walkway all the time. Normally, they take all the flags in the memorial walkway down in the wintertime because they don't maintain that section, but they leave that flag up. So that's been going on at least the last 3 years, and we have no problem with the governor saying that, or you saying in the legislation, that they're going to fly that flag because they're already doing that part. Where we get off this bus is when you start making this an official symbol of the loss of one of our team, because we think that that flag over there is the only flag that fits that bill. And I realize I hate to be the wet blanket on all of this, and I am just the messenger, but I did want you to know why we don't support it. If you come to a different conclusion, then we respect that, because that's what we do in the military. When people make decisions, we salute smartly and off we go. So subject to your questions, that's all I wanted to tell you today.
Well, thank you for your testimony. So your main objection is the word symbol.
Our main objection is something that now is taking the place of the American flag in our minds for designating that. You know, for us, the designation of one of our fallen comrades is that flag at half-staff. That to us is what the official designation is for that.
So it isn't a language change we could make. It's really the act of.
The idea of a commercial concern not recognized nationwide. You know, these folks behind me would say yet, but not recognized nationwide, becoming an official something or other for that. That's the thing that has my members sort of drawn a line in the sand. And at the request of Chairman Moffett, I did ask them at our meeting last Tuesday night, do you want for us to maybe revisit this or pull our objection to it and just say we're going to sort of watch it and see what happens? And there wasn't anybody that was really willing to discuss it. They're set in their ways that way sometimes. Again, I represent them, so I have to come and tell you what they think.
Understood. Thank you for delivering the message.
Yes, sir.
Senator McGill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question and for bringing the opinion of the State Veterans Affairs Advisory Commission. My question is this. I see the language that you find problematic in line 10 of the bill. So my question is about that and another flag. Do you find that the POW MIA flag, quoting line 10, honors the service and sacrifice of those individuals?
We do find that does honor those individuals, but that flag has been an official symbol at the state, not just the state capitol, but in Washington and at the White House and everything else. In our mind, it has a different status than this flag does. But it's never intended. That flag, if you ask somebody about the POW MIA flag, that flag is actually just to kind of remind everybody that especially the MIAs, there are people out there that we haven't accounted for, and it would be great if we could figure that out for their family members. You know, there's a lot of, you can read your conspiracy theories, but there's a lot of people that think that some of our people that were prisoners in Vietnam ended up in other places and may still be alive somewhere. So I don't know, you know, the extent of that, but to us, that's a little bit of a different animal in that it is just designed to bring awareness to the issue of accounting for all of our missing in action folks. It honors the service of our POWs, but at the end of the day, it is about keeping the fact that we haven't accounted for all the people that are still missing in action sort of alive in people's mind. I hope that's enough of a distinction for you.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
Anybody else who would like to testify in 142? Well, honestly, man, we're running way behind, and I will say this, before I close the hearing, I want to thank all of you. I really do. We give our heartfelt thanks for your sacrifice, your family's sacrifice, and for coming today and sharing that with us. It's important, and it's the only way we can make good decisions, and we genuinely appreciate that. If you have further comments or things you feel like you need to address, please email it to the committee, and we'll be certainly happy to consider that as we go forward making our decision. We're not going to be able to exec this bill today. We've got some language we're going to need to look at and consider, and so we're going to have to close the hearing now on this one. But again, we thank you and appreciate you for coming here and talking to us. So with that, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 142.
I'm gonna run over to HHS.
Okay.
They're running way behind, so I may be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, send these around. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Nice meeting you. They're very good. Is Rep. McGuire here? Carol.
And I was thinking, sir, I want to help it.
I have just this one.
No.
Rep. Comtois, do you know, do you see Rep. McGuire out there anywhere? Yeah, we're on 780. I'm sorry? Okay. All right. Pretty much. All right, we're going to open the hearing on House Bill 780. Senator Reardon, would you please introduce the bill to the committee?
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearl and members of the committee. I'm here to introduce House Bill 780. A bill makes the statutes relative to the Director of the Division of Archives and Records Management of the Department of State gender neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. So the only person I have signed in to speak on the bill is Representative McGuire, who is not here. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on House Bill 780? Well, with that, we're going to have the shortest hearing I think this committee has ever heard. I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 780.
Why do we need this bill? Normally, they just change it to gender neutral as they come across it.
We'll have a discussion in the exec session. All right, with that, we're going to open up the hearing on House Bill 233, and I will recognize Representative Comtois to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senators. I come before you today for HB 233. It's a very, very simple bill. All it's asking, the meetings for the Vaccine Association are already done over Zoom, and all that this asks is that they then be published on their website. So instead of it just going away, we just want them published so that the public, if they can't attend the meetings, can then actually see the meetings. Very simple. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Representative. So just for my own understanding, I want to make sure I'm clear. These meetings occur on Zoom and there's no other public record of them?
They have their minutes, but they are done over Zoom, yes.
Okay. All right. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I still do not see Representative McGuire. All right, I guess we will, Representative Merchant is not here. Representative Grota, don't see her. Boy, we're going through the list pretty quick. Patrick Miller. Good afternoon and welcome. Please turn your mic on and introduce yourself.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Miller, and I am the Executive Director for the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. And I want to say thank you as Committee Chairman and the committee for your time this afternoon. I had emailed my testimony yesterday, and I know that you're behind, so I'll try to keep it brief.
Sure.
But in fact, what is being asked here is actually more than just the meetings be published on the website. It's actually subjecting the organization to 91A. And in short, the association is opposed to this bill. We are not a public entity. We don't meet the definition of the Attorney General's definition of an entity under 91A. We don't receive any funds from the state. All the costs are borne directly from the health insurers that participate. We do not affect vaccine policy. And as far as I know, we would be the only 501c3 nonprofit corporation in the state that would be subjected to 91A. We have multiple points of governmental transparency already at this point. We've got commissioners from the New Hampshire Insurance Department and Health Department by statute. We have a governing plan of operation, which is also reviewed regularly by the insurance commissioner. We report to the individual payers, the payers' information to the insurance department. And we also have an external report and audited financial statements that are sent to the Commissioner of Health and Human Services, the Governor, the Speaker of the House, and the President of the Senate. This bill would, through 91A and the public meeting component of it, would increase our administrative costs, which currently, again, are borne 100% by the health insurers and third-party administrators. We have also adopted an expansive public access policy, even though that we're not required to do so as a nonprofit in the state. There's a listing in the testimony of about 10 different things that we already do publicly from our website in terms of our organizational documents, budgets, financial statements, annual reports, calendars, committee meeting agendas and materials posted a week before, meeting minutes posted within 5 days afterwards, and the ability for members of the public to register and join and speak on any issues that are germane to the organization. We also have budget spreadsheets from the department, which help inform our work. And finally, information to the payers' assessment rates are also posted. So there's a lot more in the testimony, but in terms of trying to provide a brief summary, that's essentially what I wanted to share with you today.
Thank you.
Happy to take any questions.
So are your meetings noticed
Yes,
in the public?
we do. It's not required, but we do that 7 days in advance.
And so the public is welcome to join the meeting?
Correct. And we do have public at most of our meetings.
And I guess for the clarity for the committee, or maybe just for me, 'cause I know
Sure.
you're the only one that doesn't know, can you just sort of describe the tasks and the purpose of the Vaccine Association?
Sure, happy to do that. So the organization, it's 23 years old. It was initially created under state statute, and 126Q is the governing organization. It was created initially because the health insurers, the payers, wanted to find a way to essentially create an equitable funding mechanism. So if you think about it, it's essentially a commercial or commerce transaction that takes place. The association was set up to collect assessments from the insurance companies. There's 91 who participate currently. Those funds are then remitted to the state, and Department of Health and Human Services takes federal money and the commercial money, blends it together to purchase vaccines at a discount to make sure that everything's available for the providers that participate. There's over 200 providers currently, locations I should say, that currently participate in the program. We have very low administrative costs. We're running at about $160,000 a year on a $24 million budget. Just the public meeting component alone, that's going to add another 11 or 12% to our budget just to do that, which again is paid by the payers. It's not paid by the state. So I think there's a lot of misperceptions about the organization, and fundamentally at its core, we're basically allowing the insurance companies to procure vaccine at about a 30% discount. It also removes all the administrative billing between the providers and the companies. So if you think about a pediatrician having to potentially send bills to 91 different insurance carriers and try to get collections for that, it eliminates all of that. So that's essentially the fundamental purpose of it. It's really just to go ahead and, be able to buy these at a discount to make them available to any provider or family who wants or needs them. And again, there's no state funds that are part of the program.
So would you agree there's a public interest in the things that you do?
I think we would say yes, and that's why we have adopted these 10 or so different things in terms of being able to be as transparent as possible with the information that's provided.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Further question? All right, we got two.
Yes.
Senator McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for bringing some
Hi, Mayor.
information about the Vaccine Association to us. Don't a lot of similarly affiliated, government affiliates put their meetings online just for simple convenience in this day and age? If you just can't make a meeting, I mean, we're all on a lot of committees and commissions, and sometimes
Sure.
we miss meetings, and it's really convenient to watch it on YouTube or watch the Zoom meeting that you miss. I mean, what's the harm?
So I think in terms of adding the meetings, I think we could certainly figure out a way to do
Record it.
that. Record it,
The
yes.
recording.
I think the bigger issue is that under 91A, this would also require publicly held meetings. We're not allowed to have meetings at the insurance department or Health and Human Services due to prior disruptions of our meetings. So in terms of hotel space, AV, being able to, again, transmit it live, et cetera, security, et cetera, it would cost about $21,000 per year just to do that. And our current budget in total is only $160,000, again, borne by the payers, not by the state, if that makes sense.
Thank you for taking the follow-up.
Sure.
So if I understand you correctly, then in line 4, so your principal objection is the first part of line 4 that is the requirement to comply with 91A.
Correct.
But the rest of it, putting the recordings of the Zoom would be fine with you.
Yes, that'd be a natural extension of what we already do.
Then further follow-up.
Follow-up?
Thanks. So if you're organized as a 501c3 with an exemption as a government affiliate or a governmental unit,
yes,
why wouldn't 91A be appropriate here if you're specifically organized as a DHHS affiliated government unit? Like, I mean,
Sure.
that's how you how do you declared yourselves to get that 501c3
right? So
exemption?
It ties back to essentially there's a right to know memorandum from the Attorney General's office. The last one was updated in March of 2024. And there's two specific definitions there in terms of 501c3s and whether or not they're subjected to 91A. And our organization doesn't meet either one of them. And so that's essentially what our attorney has said to us is the basis for this. Having said all that, we've had an access policy for more than a decade, which essentially makes all of the rest of this fully transparent and on our website 24/7.
Thank you for helping me.
Sure.
No more? Okay. Any further questions?
Okay.
I guess I'm trying to figure, so you could just decide to record and put these things on YouTube, make them available without us directing you to? Is that an
We
option?
could, yes.
Okay. I'm trying to make sure I understand the concern, or the entanglement, if you want to call it that.
Sure.
If we make you do this, who else are we
I think that's
drawing into the?
that's sort of the larger issue here.
Yeah.
Because again, as a standalone 501c3, there's others that have been created by state government in the past as well. The New Hampshire Health Information Organization, Healthy Kids, et cetera. And as far as I know, none of them were basically at the same expectation.
Would there be any interest in you doing this on your own so we don't have to?
Yeah, as I said before, I think the bigger issue here is the RSA 91A in
Yeah.
terms of that language. And so if it's possible for us to, remove that language and focus on the meeting side, we'd be happy to consider that.
Okay. All right. Any further questions?
Okay.
Thank you for your
Thank you for your
testimony.
time. Appreciate it.
Kate, did you want to testify? I wasn't sure. You didn't mark off the box, but I wasn't sure. Sometimes people don't.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Fry from New Futures. I wasn't planning to testify, but
Okay.
I do have that same question as what was brought up, is what the impact may be to other nonprofits. We're nonprofits, so we're following that closely as well. It just seems to be an additional requirement that is not expected of right now. So I'm curious more the direction it's going in.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Laura Condon. Good afternoon, thanks for coming in.
Well, good afternoon, Senator.
Turn your mic on, please. Thank you.
There we go. Good afternoon, Senator Pearl. Good afternoon, committee members. Let me provide you. Did I just drop my stuff? Okay. That's it. I have two different handouts I would like to provide. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 233 to require that the meetings of the New Hampshire Vaccine Association be audio and video recorded and published on their website. I believe it is necessary, good, and a simple bill to ensure transparency in this quasi-government association involving DHHS and the Insurance Department as voting members on the Board of Directors that engages in a $40 million vaccine purchase each year with little oversight or reporting. This bill is good public policy and deserves an ought to pass recommendation and vote. At this time of growing mistrust in vaccines and government and clear evidence of censorship, now would be a great time to require this simple, inexpensive, common sense public disclosure of the Department of Health and Human Services revenue source and expenditures of their immunization division. By way of background, I have served for 5 years on the board of directors of this New Hampshire Vaccine Association. I was appointed by the Senate President to serve as public member. During this time on the board, I worked to adopt common sense best practices and push for greater transparency and disclosure as to the purchases and practices of this association. I had some successes, but in recent years have found that DHHS and the board have actively withheld information from the public, and more of my questions and concerns were editorialized in the meeting minutes. And that's why it's important to actually have the video. I was able to resolve some of these disputes with 91A requests to the board for copies of their Zoom recordings at the time they were recording their meetings. Upon advice of counsel to the Vaccine Association, they did relent and provide me with copies of their Zoom recorded meetings. But then suddenly, after 2 requests of that, and without public notice, the board decided to no longer record the meetings. So if you don't record the meetings, you wouldn't have to turn over the recordings upon request. You know, someone is up to no good when they work extra hard to avoid transparency and disclosure. This bill simply requires them to restore the practice that they've had in place for years of recording their Zoom meetings and then now posting them for public access. This is not an effort to require posted Zoom meetings of every nonprofit in the state. You know, that's silliness if anyone suggests that. This is a quasi-government agency that has DHHS, 2 of their appointees, and the Insurance Department on the board. So they govern 40% of this board. This nonprofit organization with government board members claims to be just a regular nonprofit, but in reality, it is an agency of DHHS, and I did provide you with a copy of a letter from February 12, 2004 that their auditor, Karen Carew, had written to the IRS with regard to their exemptions to filing a federal Form 990, which is the federal tax return that every other nonprofit would file. And essentially their waiver was because they have represented that they're an affiliate of government and that there is sufficient oversight through government that there's no need to file that Form 990. I will tell you that I have submitted a 91A request to DHHS, and I asked them for a copy of their audit of their immunization division for the past 2 years. And they wrote back to me as they've never been audited. This is a $40 million vaccine purchase program. I will note here too in this letter that I've provided that they so embrace this concept that they're an affiliate of government that if it is represented by Karen Carew, who is the auditor who filed this letter. She's actually been the only auditor who's ever had her eyes on the books of the association since it was established in 2002. But she does write, if dissolved, the organization's assets would be distributed to the state of New Hampshire. So you can see that it really is pretty much a government agency. It would be simple and inexpensive for them to reestablish their Zoom recordings and simply post them online, a bare minimum of expectation. Sadly, since this bill was introduced, the association has retaliated by no longer providing any details of public comments they receive in their meeting minutes. Nearly 100% of the public comments received are mine, and indeed are relative to the Business Association in compliance with their policy of public commentary. Now, for the most recent meetings, instead of briefly commenting on the comments or questions I raised directly relating to the business of the Vaccine Association, they now only note that public comments were received, period. No one will ever know the important comments or questions that were raised or asked. And I've given you some examples in the handout of meeting minutes as they once were and how they have changed. I can tell you from having served on this board for 5 years and now attending as a member of the public, it is clear that the association is engaged in millions of dollars of purchases of products that are not authorized by statute, and there are millions of dollars in waste. These costs are unfairly passed on to taxpayers, businesses, and insurance consumers. So I believe that public disclosure and recording of their meetings, like every other governmental organization, should be without controversy and a bare minimum oversight measure. While I sat on the board, there was discussions with Association Counsel Mark McHugh about this compliance with 91A. And it has been the practice of this board to actually engage in compliance as if they were an entity subjected to 91A. That has been their practice. So I urge you to pass this bill. Pretty simple, easy to do, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you. Anybody else who wants to testify on 233? Representative Pearson.
Good afternoon. Senate eDNA, I am Representative Steve Pearson, Rockingham District 13, House eDNA. I'm making myself available just as a House eDNA member to your committee in case there's any questions in reference to what the bill looks like now versus how it was originally filed. I will say that we received bipartisan testimony in favor of this, and one of the things that kind of jumped out at me was the fact that the new generation, if you will, the younger generation of folks in New Hampshire expect different things now. And the practice of simply writing minutes is somewhat ancient to them. So the House eDNA was not swayed by any sort of difficulty in the recording of Zoom and the posting of those meetings for those to view in their context as they played out. So, but that's basically it. I'm just here to make myself available if you have anything in reference to what the House did.
Well, thank you, Representative. Did House ED&A look into the possible impact of pushing a 91A requirement on a non-governmental agency onto a nonprofit, and how it would impact other nonprofits? Was
So
there
that
discussion?
Thank you for asking that, because that question was raised and asked at the time. This bill specifically addresses this agency and this agency only. It is not a broad spectrum of requirements changing a full category, if you will, to an additional requirement. It specifically mentions this organization only. So the effect of this would really only apply to them. In reference to what might be piggybacked off of this in future legislation, we have to deal with the bill that's before us and take things as they're filed and as they come. But there's no intention here of making this become broadly applied. It's very specific to the Vaccine Association and the severe questions of transparency that have been raised.
Well, I respect the intent. I guess my question is, was there any legwork done to look into the unintended consequences if we start down this path? That's really my question. Was there any?
Yeah, the answer that we got back was, well, it applies to this because this is how it's written. That's what we got back. So.
And who gave you that?
That was requested by Chairman McGuire and was received by her from the entity to which she asked. I do not. I don't have that with me as to who did that.
You're not aware of DOJ being contacted and asked?
I'm not sure who she contacted, but she did. That question was raised in the House hearing, and she did look into it. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Sure. Did you contemplate any changes to 91A in order to make this work?
The opening up of 91A in this building would be so far-reaching that I don't know that you would dare touch 91A.
Well, what? Sure. Do you think it contemplates nonprofits in 91A now?
I think what 91A's intention is to provide
I'll just stop
if
short.
you're asking with
I'm
intention.
a lawyer. I don't care about intentions. I care about the words that the statute says.
I'm not a lawyer either. I'm a fireman, but.
I am, and that's why I'm making this point. Do you believe that 91A now includes nonprofits? It says nonprofits in there.
I believe if the nonprofit is functioning in the form of or alongside a governmental agency, then I think it does, yeah.
So you think that's included in the definitions of 91A now?
I think that when you put on a different hat and you do the function of government, regardless of what your basis is, then you are working on behalf of the people. Yeah.
Thank
Further
you.
questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Anybody else? Seeing none, we're going to close the hearing on House Bill 233. Well, committee, we made it through our 15 bills hearings. Could you send that to Kevin? I don't think I'm ready to exec any of the three we heard here after lunch. Do you want to go back? Actually, Senator Gannon, you probably haven't had, I don't want to do that because he hasn't had the benefit.
I only have about 5.
Yeah, all right. I think we're going to call it for today. And I think that we will look at these bills and perhaps exec some more. Well, we will exec some more next week. So with that, our work is done. And thank you, committee, for enduring the long day.
Nicely done.